first. All right. Nice start to the video. Headphones. Hi Sunday. Sorry, getting myself situated. Right. Wait for a couple of other guys to jump on. We're going to do a complete run through of everything. So this is, I've just installed, well, that was actually this morning. I installed fresh Windows 11 23HT, brand new Windows. I've done, what else have I done? I did the display settings and I've merged these so you guys can see what I'm doing. I've changed to a local account, which is, how do you do that? How do I do that now? Click that, change account settings, and then you can change here to a local account. That way you can't see my email address, although I'm going to try and hide stuff as I build this PC. So I've changed that, gone to a local account. I disabled everything in Task Manager. I've basically disabled everything in here to start. Well, we'll uninstall things as we go, but I've just, I've just disabled them for now so they don't start up with the PC. And I run 2 lots of Windows updates, and we're here right now. So we're going to run through the entire guide. Other than the BIOS stuff, because that's already done, clearly. This is the reason I'm doing this, right, is because I installed iQ by Corsair, some software for the SCUF Envision Pro, and I knew it was going to do this because it's done it before on my computer. It then starts throwing memory errors for Explorer when you shut down the computer, and so I uninstalled the Corsair software. I then restored from a restore point, and it was still doing it. And then I've just reinstalled Windows, and guess what? It's still doing it. And not only that, I've got 4 Windows installs on this PC, and it's doing it to all of those as well. So explain to me how IQE Corsair software can basically mess up every single Windows install on my PC, even the ones I didn't install it on. Because I'm baffled. I really am. I don't know how it's managed to do that. It's like it's messed up my hardware somehow or something. I just don't have a clue what it's done. So anyway, I'm just going to ignore the errors for now. You'll see them as we're rebooting. But yeah, I'm just going to have to ignore it for now because I honestly don't know how to fix it. I think the last time I fixed it, I had to wipe the entire 2 SSDs and then start from completely scratch. So I honestly don't know what's doing it. If a completely clean formatted disk Windows install is doing it now, yeah, don't use Corsair software. Do not use that IQE software for anything. Don't do it. It's like a cancer. It will just ruin your PC, so don't do it. Right, anyway, so we're going to run through my guides. I've also downloaded these. I've moved them on from a USB stick onto here. So we're going to basically run through the entire guide now. That's the plan. Save that. Right, so let's extract this and let's get going because it's going to take a long time. So I'm going to go as quickly as I can. I'm also going to have to hide my screen a little bit. Yeah, there's no way software can do that, not across Windows installs. Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't changed it. Maybe it couldn't have changed anything in the BIOS either. I honestly don't know what's done it. It's really, really, really weird. As I say, I've gone into like my clean Windows install partition, which I haven't touched in like a month, and just gone in, opened Explorer, closed it, rebooted, and it's there. I mean, how has it done that? I've run memory checking tools just now. They are all fine. I honestly don't know how it's done that. It's like it's broken something in the computer. I don't know. I mean, I'll show you. You'll see it when we reboot. I mean, I put it on the Discord as well. No, I haven't touched any BIOS things. I mean, it's done this before to me, and I can't remember how I got rid of it. I think I had to wipe both SSDs and completely start again. So it was very weird. As far as I know, cause IQ controls something on each RAM stick, it could likely cock something up in the RAM. Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing I can think of. It's messed something up in the physical memory sticks. Just by installing the Corsair IQ software and then uninstalling it, it's messed something up. But today I've taken my computer apart. I took out the memory modules completely. I cleaned out all the dust. I've put new thermal paste on my CPU. Oh my God, that was just, that was no paste. Well, it was paste, but it was absolutely solidified paste. So I've redone all that. So that should be a bit better now, my CPU. And the cooling, because that was nasty. That was kind of not even there. So we got that. You're having no trouble with IQ, but then I don't uninstall it either. Yeah, see what it takes off if you try and uninstall it. Right. Anyway, let's go. Let's do it. Let's go as quick as we can. All right. One gaming guide. Let's zoom in a bit. That's about as big as I can get it. Right. So page 1. Come on. We've just installed new Windows. What do we do next? That's Becky. Probably should do a latency mon. Should we do a quick latency mon? That's the first. Let's see where we're at. Let's go and grab latency mon before we do anything else. Latency mon, and actually get a baseline. I'm tempted to also do a baseline with Cinebench. Obviously I can't do a baseline with Fortnite. I've got quite a few things to do before I get there. Latency mon free download. Yes, please. Open the file. Yep. Next, accept, next. Create a desktop shortcut. We'll have that. Finish. Right. So we're at. Right. No tuning whatsoever. Only the things in my changelog. Only these. That's all I've done. I haven't changed the power plan. I haven't done anything. You see where we're at? This is with a tuned BIOS. So let's see what the numbers are with a tuned BIOS. The only thing it's sharing. So it's about 2. Let's let it settle a bit before I say what it is. Around 2.36ish, 2.35 for process, and about 1.2 for DPC. This number here and this number here. So well, it's coming down still. 2.29, 1.2. Okay, so this is with a tuned BIOS, nothing touched in Windows at all to do any tuning whatsoever. So I'm curious what will happen if we switch power plan right now. Power plan, and we just go straight to high performance. Yeah, so we've just moved it to high performance. So 2.2 and 1.1. Ready? Yeah, well, that's interesting. Oh, it's coming down a bit. Coming down a little bit. Oh, still coming down. You're going to get sub 1 for the DPC. Probably not. How many processes are we looking? So we're looking at 2.2 and 1.0. So that seems to have dropped the DPC a little bit using that power plan. How many processes are we running? Should really do this after a clean reboot. So 139 processes and about 1,800 threads. Yeah, that's our starting point. I don't know if we can take a screenshot of that. Does that work? What just happened there? What just happened there? Yeah, it's that one. I want that, and then I want to do that. And where does it put it? Does it put it in screenshots? Is there like a screenshots? Pictures? Camera roll? Where does it save it? Come on. Where are you saving it? Snipe tool. I don't know. Should be saving it somewhere. Save pictures, camera roll. No, no. Documents, nothing in there. Where's it saving it to by default for Windows out of the box? I just want to do a snipe tool so we can say smile. Cheese. Well, let's try this. Yeah. And then let's stick it in paint. I can't, it doesn't seem to be saving the thing automatically. Paint. Just want a starting point. Paste that in there. Crop. Save. Desktop. Let's stick it on the desktop. Right. So clean Windows 11. Latency. Well, let's do that. There we go. Right, so we've got our reference starting point. We know how many processes and threads we're looking at, and we know roughly where we are with latency. So that's our starting point. Right. So what are we doing first? Let's go and grab this again. It's only doing it to the clipboard. You show very valuable for players. It'd be great if you made a guide video. Well, what do you think we're doing? We're doing that right now, the last one. Also, I don't really want to do too many proper YouTube videos yet because I'm not over 1,000 subs, which means if one goes viral, then I get zip for it. If I've got 1,000 subs, then I'm monetized on YouTube, and it actually makes a difference then. So I'm not going to do any decent videos on YouTube until I'm 1,000 subs. I think we're on about 650 at the moment. Right, where are we? Right, we've done BIOS optimizations. Yes, yes, yes. Windows 10 versus 11. Yes, yes, yes. We've done all this. We get the latest drivers. So we're going to go and get the latest drivers. So how do I want to do this? We've done the Windows Update drivers. We probably need to do the IO-bit driver booster, but do we want to do the MSI ones? Because I've got an MSI motherboard, and then I need to install the MSI center, but that's bloatware, but I can then use it to get the latest drivers for chipsets and things, and then I can uninstall it afterwards. So I might do that. So I'm going to do MSI center. I'm going to get it. Awful app. Just want to love it and leave it, basically. So yeah, just getting the latest chipset drivers, making sure your BIOS is up to date. This should, I'm assuming ASUS has an equivalent with Crate, doesn't it? I think it has an equivalent. But the MSI motherboards have this for getting the latest stuff for it. All right, so I've read it. I think it's actually going to make me scroll down, isn't it? Come on. There we go. Right, yes. Well, that's really good. Your latency came down that much better. Yeah, you don't want to look at the highs. You want to look at the averages. That's the best indication that you're improving your latency. Yeah, I suspect that we're going to be able to drop this at least in half on this PC that I've already optimized the BIOS for, just by tweaking. Well, the DPC we can get in half. We can certainly take that down from 1 to a half on this environment. Wow, this is quick, isn't it? This is why I didn't want to do 6 to 8 hours of you guys watching me do this boring stuff, because it takes a long time. That's the trouble. It takes a very long time. Come on. We're going to uninstall all of this afterwards. You know what I probably should have done? I probably should have installed the iObit uninstaller to begin with. Would have made it a lot cleaner to get rid of this stuff afterwards, because the iObit uninstaller will monitor even the registry entries that an installer adds, and then it can back them back out again. All right, so I don't really want to do any of that stuff. All I want, what's this? AI engine, not seen that one before. Usage scenarios, no, I don't want that. Don't want highlights, don't want that. Graphical fan tool, not really. LAN manager, don't use that. That's CFOS speed, don't use that. Mystic lights, I sometimes use that to turn off my fan lights, but I'm going to leave that off as well. Devices speed up's quite useful. Makes all your USB ports a bit faster. You don't need supercharger, that just basically helps when you're charging your phone from a USB device. So the two that I normally do are the Mystic lights to turn off my fan lights and the devices speed up. And then I go into support, and then it will do a scan for any updated drivers and things for your motherboard. Saves you doing it one by one from the motherboard site. Personal from you should just make a script that auto installs everything. No, I'm not doing that. I tune computers. I don't want to do a billion things that just script everything blindly. That's not. I want complete visibility and transparency on what I'm doing. That's one of my selling points. Right, chipset drivers. Yep. Don't want those two. So we'll install those. Yeah, I want less in my scripts, not more. The tuning is the guide, not the scripts. It's much more flexible than scripts. Scripts, you have to tailor things to everybody else's different platforms, and everyone's got different PCs. Whereas if you use a guide, you can kind of use your brain to kind of work out how things are slightly different on your system and apply that slight change as you go. Scripts, I don't like scripts at all. If I could get rid of scripts, I'd completely get rid of all of them. Yeah, so I removed the MSI Center after this because it is pretty bloated. We're loving and leaving it. There's an advanced button down here as well after this is done, which will scan for our BIOS updates too. Yeah, I don't really overclock anything, to be honest. I know I do set my core frequencies, set them as 5 gigahertz, a fixed rate. And I know I do overclock my memory a bit, but I don't overclock my GPU at all because there's no point for Fortnite. Might be for other games, but not for Fortnite. So I'm not a big overclocker. I certainly don't help other people do their overclocking because it's so involved. You can only give kind of general pointers. 22 notifications. We are back. Okay, no updates for BIOS. Yay. Right, so we should be done at this point. We've done any live updates. I don't want that. I'm going to install my Norton 360 for Gamers later, and there's a good reason for that. But I don't want overclock. That should be it. The only thing I've got is the device speed up, and I can basically do this and this, USB boost and storage boost. And then they're on, and then I can just uninstall it. I mean, look at all this. All this junk that comes with it. I just want to take this off before I even uninstall it. No. So, okay, that's gone. Done. Right, so I'm gonna install that now. You know what? Shall I go and install? I'm thinking I'm going to go and install iObit and installer first, because I'm installing all these things and it's a lot easier to take them off afterwards if this is running. And I've got the pro version of this, but we'll just run with the free version for now. It's probably what you guys are mostly using. We'll need to get driver booster as well. Make sure you untick these and that one. You do not want all that bundleware. So you want that one too. Free download. So that's driver boosted downloading, and I want advanced system care as well because I own that. I own the pro of all of those three. Well, I'll put the licenses in later, and we'll just run the free ones for now. Sorry, is that done? No, thank you. Just finish. So that will now log what we're doing, basically. If I install something now, this will log exactly everything it does, and then it's a lot easier to completely clean it off, including the registry stuff that it adds. It might not normally declare. Right. Okay. I'm not gonna update this change log as we go, because that's just my guide, basically. So, should we go and uninstall that now, that MSI center stuff? I think we're just going to uninstall it. No, see, I don't want this junk. I need to put license codes in. Downloads. Driver booster as well. Let's put that on. Don't show this again. See, it's detecting things that are starting. We need to update the drivers too. Keep going. No, we don't want those, please. And we don't want that, thank you. I might hide the screen and just put the pro licenses in quickly. Might make it a bit easier with all these pop-ups coming up all the time. No, thank you. Don't want to learn more online. I just want to close it. Right, last one. This one. Doodaloo. Always trying to get you to do bundleware, isn't it? There we go. Bundle, bundle, bundle. Right, I might hide the screen in a sec and just go and grab my license keys and whack them in. No thanks. I'm wondering whether I might need to actually reset them because it thinks I've probably installed them too many times. Alright, I'm going to hide my screen very quickly and just go and grab my license key, so I'll be back in a sec. You can still see me looking confused up here. You can still hear me. Right. Then where have I put my license keys? That one. Boosters. That one. Where's advanced system care? There we go. There's the license for that. Copy that. Close that. Put the key in. Register now. Yep, that one worked. So I've got the pro version of that. We'll fix that in a minute. I need to do the uninstaller as well. Oh, come on. Thank you. Stop giving me pop-ups. Really annoying. Uninstaller. Where's IOBit uninstaller? Uninstaller, uninstaller. There we go. License code. Copy that for the uninstaller. Paste that into here. Register now. Okay, that's installed. And then driver boost is the last one. Grab the key for that. Driver boost and license key. Copy. And paste. E. Okay. All right. Sure, they'll close. So you guys can't see that. Right. So we should have a full suite of goodies now. Right. Putting it back on again. We're back in the room. All right. So everything's pro enabled now. That might speed things up a bit. We got Driver Booster Pro. We've got Advanced System Care Pro, and we've got Uninstaller Pro. Pro. Quid pro quo. All right, that's a bit better. What are we going to do first? I don't really want to run this yet. I'll tell you what I do want to do. I do want to take off certain bits of this. I don't really want to load it as startup. Don't really want to, yeah, I don't care. I don't want the performance thing at startup. Don't want to minimize. I just want to run it when I want to run it, please. Anti-spyware, is that real time or is that? No, that's fine. Full detection, registry clean. We want top performance home user, internet boost. We want fiber optic. We'll whack those on for now, but we'll be doing stuff later. Right, we change these to SSDs. Oh no, that's actually HDD. But the rest are SSDs, so it does trims instead of defrags. Yep, that's fine. Don't want auto care. Don't want anything auto. Fine. Don't want the RAM clean. I'm going to be using processor Sue for that. And get rid of all the notifications. Right, that should be as least intrusive as I can make it. Probably just select all, scan. Let's just run a quick scan now. I don't need to do all of that. That's going to run quickly. In a minute we'll do the drivers next, and then we've got to reboot. I need help with getting an i9 400K PC for the cheapest possible. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Do you know a good budget motherboard? Never cheap out on motherboards, because it means you can't run good memory speeds. So never cheap out on your motherboard. The order of importance that I have for Fortnite gaming PCs is number one, the CPU, ideally Intel. Number two, the memory. Get the best memory that you can afford. And then number three, the motherboard, because you need a good motherboard to run really, really fast memory with the CPU. And then number four, get a really good all-in-one AIO CPU cooling solution, a really good one, because the latest Intel processors run very, very, very hot. And then right down at the bottom of the list, your GPU. The thing that costs the most amount of money, your GPU. Least important for Fortnite. Other games, absolutely, but not Fortnite. So what's it doing here? I haven't got autofix on. We'll have a look through what it's doing. So it's suggesting that stopping some services, disabling some stuff here. Windows interface. Internet improvements. Doing some TCP optimizing stuff. We're going to go through this anyway. What else is it doing? It's done some trimming, I think. It's found some system weaknesses. Get rid of these. Yep, they can go. All right, fix all that. My current mobile is more expensive than the GPU. Nice. All right, what else we got in here? Turbo boost. There's a configure for game mode, I think, but I'm not convinced this actually does anything. We don't need maps manager. That's going to go anyway. Image acquisition. Yeah, don't need that either. Yeah, we're going to get rid of MSI anyway in a minute. Just don't want to be doing this multiple times. Okay, we're going for a game mode anyway. There's some extra ones. Oh, there's some extra ones. I should have done that bit first. Right, Bluetooth. I don't use Bluetooth, but you guys might. Don't need that. Do need that because it then stops things like your volume meter working. Downloading maps, phone service. Windows has got, Microsoft got a thing about connecting your phone to your computer. They're obsessed with it. Absolutely obsessed with it. Every time you take this off, the phone stuff, it comes back the next release. Windows search. All right. There are lots and lots of cleaning up. Yeah, we're going to be cleaning that. We're going to be uninstalling those anyway. So just boost that for now. And you know what I should have done? I should have configured it to, I need to stop it to do it. So it's, to do it on startup. It's really annoying. Why? There we go. Startup. Don't need the power supply thing. Okay, now it's boosting. All right, we'll optimize the startup things after we've uninstalled them. Let's go and get the device drivers next. Let's run this one, next one. Get the latest device drivers. All right, so do I want that? No, I'm going to skip that one. We're going to do that one manually anyway when we get the GPU section. What else we got in here? It's doing all of them. I want everything because I've got the Pro version. I can just install the latest C++ redistributables as well. Game drivers, physics. Okay. Update all that lot. Remind me again. It'll take a little bit of time, but we skip this one. That's the biggest one, so it shouldn't take too long. So this is, what's the benefit of getting keys for these programs? Well, you don't get pop-ups all the time, and they actually give you some extra functionality that you don't get with the free versions. I have 30 Euler cooler and doesn't get higher than 60 degrees in Fortnite. Okay. Well, Ryzen don't run as hot, I don't think, as Intel do. But then the cores aren't running as high a frequency. Either way, I think keeping the NVIDIA control panel to default gives you less input delay. No, I don't think so. What do you think about Ryzen 5 or gaming? Should I switch to AM5 at the end of the year? Do you mean, what? I don't know. I don't know what you play, Milan. Yeah, they want your phone information. They do. They want to sync it. Hey, Donny. I'm afraid I'm rebuilding my gaming environment right now. So it's going to be a little bit of time before I'm back on Fortnite, unfortunately. Have you ever used WinToys? Yeah, I played with it. That doesn't help on anything. For a good timer resolutions, what's a good average number to have 1 millisecond at least? What's a good average number? Well, you know what I use. I have 0.5067, and that gets as close to 1 millisecond as I can get. Should I bother installing my monitor drivers if I can't find them on the manufacturer's website? Should I bother installing my monitor's drivers if I can't? Well, Windows is going to have basic monitor drivers in its updates. So you just connect your monitor and then run an update, and it typically downloads the latest ones. Yep, Zeppo, thank you. CSGO and Fortnite. Well, as I say, if you run Fortnite, then what just happened with that? Something happens with that. I don't know what that was. I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about AMD at all, really, to kind of make assumptions, because I've never had an AMD CPU computer ever. So all I can show you is what works for me on Intel. Why do you always re-optimize a clean install? What? Because it makes a massive difference. As you just saw, what were we on a minute ago? We're on 2.0 process latency and 1.2, was it? What was it? Here, look, 2.2 and 1.0. We're going to get those down to under 1.5 and under 0.5 by the time we're finished. That number there and that number there is going to come down by like a half. So latency is going to drop by 2, effectively. So yeah, I always re-optimize a clean install. What are we doing? Why is it doing 2080 Ti's? I told it not to. Told you not to do that. I unticked it. Well, we're gonna have to reinstall the drivers anyway. That's just annoying. In fact, it's doing that. You need one step for optimizing gaming on and that's called Linux. Yeah, I don't know about that. Hi Cosmo, how you doing? I used to use Linux for server stuff, but I used to run Sun operating systems, Linux operating systems. Yeah, mostly Unix stuff for server side. They always used to just tune those. Rarely ran Windows installs. The Windows installs were nowhere near as high. And we're back. Yeah, sorry. Updated the drivers for the Elgato, which feeds the sound through to you guys. So, yeah, so Unix was always more superior to Windows, always. Performance-wise. Yeah, AMD is amazing. See, the memory controllers aren't as good as Intel. The core speeds aren't as high as Intel. So for Fortnite, you want the fastest P cores that you can get running the fastest memory you can get. So I don't know. I'm not a red fan, I'm afraid. Blue fan. Yeah. If it's about value, then that's a different conversation. But I tend to just get what the very best is. I'd rather save up, wait longer, and get the very best than getting something budget sooner. I've always been like that. Isn't Snappy Driver Installer Origin better than Driver Booster? I don't know. I never used it. Milan, yes, of course you go. Really? Linux is the best way to game. I will die on that hill. Can you play Fortnite on Linux? Can you? No, I haven't. No, like, haven't you already optimized your PC? I've optimized the BIOS, not Windows. Two different things, Miracle. Completely separate. Windows has no impact on BIOS on your hardware. Link driver, okay. Alrighty, let's reboot at this point and see where we're at. Yeah, Fortnite no. Are we all? Right, you can see my 4 boots there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the new one we're recreating. This is on SSD1 with the new one, and there's a original clean one. There's my test environment. So, gotta love dual boots. Didn't see the error when we restarted there. That little Explorer error. Interesting. Yeah, and with Bill on that one. No Fortnite, no go. You can play Apex though, right? Yeah, you can keep your Apex. Thank you. Right, where are we at? So, just rebooted. What have we run? We've run Driver Booster, we've run Advanced System Care, but that's only on, I'm gonna have to probably run that again later. So Driver Booster, let's just go back and double check that everything's up to date now. Okay, that's fine. Another useful thing about Driver Booster is this thing, clean invalid device things. So scan for any devices that have ever been connected to your computer that are no longer connected. And even if they were connected slightly different before, it will then clean them out. And it does drop latency a bit when you do this. So it cleans the latency out, cleans the list of old connected devices. Okay, that helps. Alrighty, let's clean this up as well while we're going. Don't want to minimize. Scan updates for game. Yep, that's fine. Proxy stuff. Scheduler. Yeah, I want to disable it. I only want to scan for updates when I ask you to, please. Notify. Okay. All right, let's clean that out a little bit. What else should we do? Should we do uninstaller as well? I know we're not really following the guide here. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping around a little bit. We'll go back to the guide in a sec. I just want to kind of clean up a little bit. Right, anything in here we don't want. Never uninstall this, by the way. Oh my God, this is plugged into so many Windows apps. Don't uninstall that. I don't need one driver on this PC, so that can go. What else do we need to get rid of? Oh yeah, we were taking off the MSI stuff. That. Graphics driver, okay. Everything else just looks fine. Did I skip anything there? I don't think so. Uninstall. All right, get rid of them. Game mode on, yes. Game mode will be on when I get there. 99% of games work on Linux. Yeah, but Fortnite doesn't. I'm not interested. Right, we then go into, well, after this, we'll go into Windows apps over here, and then we can get rid of any bloatware. We're going to be running the CTT debloat tool as well at some point. To the Chris Titus Tech tool. Run that again in a minute. I want to get a bit of a baseline going. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I want to get rid of that MSI rubbish. All right. There you go, let's clean that out. Windows apps. Right, MSI Center, bye-bye. Spotify, don't need. Windows apps, what have we got here? I don't need a camera on. Nah, should I keep that just in case? I don't have a camera connected to this, it's connected to my other one. I don't need a video editor, I've got an expensive one for that. Don't need Cortana, goodbye. Cross-device experience host. Again, it sounds like it's to do with mobiles. I'm not doing any development on this, don't care about the family stuff. Feedback hub, I think, is connected to some of the troubleshooters, so I might leave that one. I don't, all my mails on another computer, all that mails on another computer, don't need maps, I'll leave media player, definitely don't need news, don't need to do, I don't need any Xbox stuff because I'm only playing Fortnite. If you do use any Xbox stuff, leave these alone. I'm not going to watch movies. I don't need Office on this one. Don't need Outlook on this one. It keeps trying to get you to put this on as well. Outlook and Teams. People, no. Solitaire, no. Weather, no. Yeah, the Xbox Game Bar. Get rid of that one. Xbox Game Bar. Oh, your phone. That'll be back. I'm sure if I update Windows again, that'll be back. All right, that's a lot to uninstall. Let's go. Bit of debloating. And if you say wine, I'm banging you. What are you saying, Bill? Are you banging? You don't mess with Bell. You'll ban me. 95%. I'm not joking. I'm the best Fortnite player. Lucky you. Do you have a Ferrari? No, I've only got a Porsche. I don't have a Ferrari. Never owned a Ferrari. Way too high maintenance, Ferraris. Way too high maintenance. Porsches are much better built. Yeah, runs on Proton. I mean Lamborghini. No, I don't have a Lamborghini. We used to go down to, my friend down in the village runs the Lamborghini dealership. We used to pop down there after schools and just sit and look at the Lambos. I'll take them out for a spin. Yeah, I was on the fence about buying a Lambo until I drove a couple, and I'm 6 foot, right? And your head, especially in the convertible ones, your head is literally touching the roof as you're driving. I'm 6 foot. I'm not like a 7 foot, ridiculously tall. I'm 6 foot, and my head touches the roof, and the pedals are really, really awkward, kind of offset. So no, I'm not. That kind of put me off buying a Lambo. Sorry, going another way. How are we doing on this? 11 out of 25. Still talking about which games work on. Hang on a minute. I'm really confused, Bill. What are you up to? Who are you banning? Why do you always re-optimize your PC? Isn't it already fully optimized? No, it isn't. This is a brand new Windows. I've just reinstalled Windows, brand new. So we're re-optimizing it with, well, mostly with my guide, but we're not really following it at the moment. We're kind of jumping around a little bit, which isn't great. But we're going to go through the whole lot. You guys can sit here for 6 hours watching progress bars. Can I uninstall Power Automate? Where's that? Was that on the list? I don't know. Okay, is Cyberpunk on Linux running under this emulation? 20% faster than native Windows? I love Windows and Unix, by the way. I worked for them on decades, but they're still not desktop ready unless you're a geek. Yeah, I love Unix. I do love Unix. I'd much rather have a command line doing stuff. It's much more powerful than stuff you have to do via GUIs. could not give a Linux PC to my parents or kids and expect them to be able to use them as well as Windows. It's very unfortunate. That's true. Don't know how much. I love benchmarking games on Windows versus Linux. There is no way a native Windows program runs faster on Linux. Linux has improved a lot. Look it up. Also, okay. You guys are chit-chatting. I'm getting behind on the chat. How are we doing? 22 out of 25. You like Range Rovers? They're quite big. We've got an Audi Q5. That's our kind of 4x4 runaround. One of those two. Used to have a Porsche Cayenne, a V8 diesel. We've got the first V8 diesel in the UK. I did. That was a really nice car, but it absolutely ate the brakes, and I really didn't like diesel. I just didn't like it. It sounded great, so I got rid of that. But yeah, Cayennes are nice. Look really, really ugly, but they are nice cars. Right, let's reboot. I think that got rid of a load of stuff. Back to rebooting. Let's see if we get this error come up. No error. Who's ringing me from London? Weird. Not rebooting. All right, back in the room. How much do the keys cost for the 3 programs you installed? So the IO bit things I normally get in like a sale bundle, and they normally around, I can get all 3 for a year for 5 computers, I think it is, in my house. I think that's normally about $25 for all 3 of them. I don't pay for much. I mean, the only things I buy are these 3. Processor SU license, I've got a lifetime. I bought that about 2 years ago. That was about $20 2 years ago, but it's about $40 now. And Norton 360 for gamers, which fixes the bug with the Windows Defender real-time, taking off 5% of your CPU all the time while you're gaming and giving you lots of lows. So they're the only kind of 5 things that I buy. Everything else is basically freeware. Yeah, I miss the PS-EF piping it to grep-v as well, Bill. Right, where are we at? Let's see how many programs we got running. Task Manager. What have we actually got starting up right now? Everything's disabled. We've got 111 processes running. And what's our latency looking like? What's our latency looking like? Come down a bit. Oh, you tell me if that's come down a bit. What was it? 2.2, 1.0? And all we've done is update some drivers and strip out some bloatware for Windows. That's all we've done. Oh, and I ran the advanced system care thing as well, didn't we? That's all we've done so far. So it's coming down. It's on the right way. 1.9, 0.7. We're getting there. Right, what's next? What is the next? Maybe CTT? So we've done that. We've done the updates. We've done the drivers. C++. Let's go and get the latest C++. I think Driver Booster already downloaded the pack, but let's double check. I normally get the kind of the latest tech pack from Tech Power Up. And it puts them all of them, the very latest ones. When was this? The 9th of February 2024. It puts them all into just one thing you can download, which is really handy. It's really quick and easy to do that. Extract those. Right, and then you just right click and do run as administrator on the install all on the little batch file. just install the whole lot. I can imagine you guys getting a Linux VR girlfriend. Yeah. Cheaper than a wife, and I speak for experience. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Mike, how you doing? Does CC thing really work? It tends to. I've noticed it does tend to make your game smoother if you're on the latest ones, because Fortnite in particular uses those libraries, and if you're using the very latest ones, I think what a lot of people forget is when game developers are testing their new game, they are testing on the very latest Windows, the very latest drivers, the very latest everything, and that's what they certify on and release. So that's why when you've got issues, the first thing they'll tell you in support is update to the latest drivers or update to the latest whatever. Because that's what they're testing on and that's what they're certifying on. So yeah, you should always be up to date on things, always. Not, oh, this old GPU driver is faster than the latest one, I'm not upgrading. And really, have you actually tested it? Tested to see what the huge difference is between them? Because there ain't much. Right, so that's done. Next. I'll reboot in a minute. CTT, let's go and do CTT. So to start CTT, what you need to do now is, so I'm just pretending I'm a YouTube video, YouTuber. What you need to do now is 5 minutes of that. Yeah, one among many that do that. I'm sure he's watching my stuff right now and taking screenshots for his next video. Alright, so that kicks off that. All you have to do is run that command in a command prompt and it'll kick everything off for you. Is this running, or do I need to run it again because it doesn't have Chocolatey installed? Warning, it's very likely you'll need to close and reopen your shell before you can use Choco. So do we have to do it again? Or is it running? Okay, let's do it again then. Run it again. See if this is any better. Why is it trying to reinstall it? Oh, not again. Why isn't this working? Oh, this is on a postcard, people. Yeah, I know, Bill. I normally download the FreeTime Tech tool and Debloat, and I like that, but everyone says it's got viruses in it, so I've had to stop using it. And everybody's like, why aren't you using CTT? So I started using CTT, and then this is what happens. Why isn't this running? Did we not run it as administrator or something? I'm sure we did. It's just being really slow. I'll just leave it for a couple of minutes and see if it pops up the thing, because it might just be being really slow. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're right. I just had to be patient. Had to be patient. All right. So I've never used this front page thing to install extra stuff. Never used that. Wondering whether I should. No, I'm not going to bother. All I'm going to do is the tweak stuff. All right. So what do I normally choose? So I normally do desktop. And then, okay, delete temporary files, run a disk cleanup, create a restore point. The one I normally untick is this game DVR because it messes with the defaults for full screen optimization mode in Windows. So I untick that one. Radio you can take off, setting services manual. And then, yeah, display performance, but we'll tweak that as well. So it's got a thing about sending time to UTC, but recommended for dual boot. Essential for computers that are dual booting. Fixes time sync with Linux systems. But I'm not running a Linux system, so I don't need to do that. Disable UTC is fine. What else are we doing here? Notifications. Don't do those two. I've already taken off OneDrive, but I'll do that again anyway, just in case there's some lingering bits of OneDrive sitting around. Do not do this if you are running OneDrive though. Do not do it. If you are running OneDrive and you say, oh, okay, I don't need it anymore, your OneDrive is probably linked to your documents folder, to your desktop folder, to your pictures. It's probably linked to those. And then by uninstalling it, you lose all those files. That your My Documents directory gets emptied. So if you're using it, do not take this off. Important. Set classic. This is probably the best thing about this whole tool. The set classic right click menu. Look, it's so annoying this. Look, you have to have this horrible Windows 11 thing, and then you do show more options, and then you get the classic thing. Why can't you just go straight there? So that bit of the tool is actually really good. Lets you just go straight there. Disable IPv6. We're going to disable that anyway later. Right, on the right side, yeah, we want dark theme. We don't want the Bing search thing. We want number lock on, that's useful. Verbose logon messages, you disable those. File extensions we want to be able to see. We don't care about snap flyout. Mouse acceleration. I know a lot of people say, oh, you need to disable mouse acceleration for gaming, but most games take raw input from your mouse. Doesn't matter what you set on Windows. So. Sticky keys, yeah, I don't use sticky keys. Right, and I'm going to add, it also lets you add the ultimate performance plan. So we'll do that as well. That's quite useful. Anything on the right is real time. It's done it. Anything on the left, you then have to press run tweaks for. So we're going to run tweaks. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, I don't have time to be patient. I've got crowns to win. Do. Yeah, I've got to be patient again, Bill. It's not going well. This is not going well, Bill. My patience is expiring. What do I do? Hydrate. Command version of that right-click fix. Oh, okay. Is that GUID standard on every PC? Interesting to see how my new thermal paste is holding up. I posted a picture in Discord of me making a very, very messy X. So hopefully once I squish down. The problem with changing, the biggest problem I find with changing my thermal paste on my CPU is when you unscrew all the AIO blocks screws, the screws will fall down the back if you've got it vertically. If you've got the computer flat down. So they all just kind of fall down into the back of the chassis where all the cable management is. So you have to kind of put something underneath it, take the back of the thing off, put something underneath it like something to hold it up, to press it up while you're changing it. Otherwise it just completely falls down. It's really annoying. Right, tweaks are finished, apparently. So we can, I think, close this. I've got a lot of stuff cleaned up, apparently. We reboot again, see how many services and things we've got going. Let's go again. Oh, you know what? I want to change a few things in here really quick. Widgets I don't want. Anything else on here? Leave that on. This is really annoying. When you have to manually put things on if you want to see them or not. So leave that alone. Taskbar behavior. Combine. Where's the thing where it allows you to set it to the left? Don't like it in the middle. Oh, there we go. Task alignment center. Now, okay. We're all the way over the left now. We like that. Try that one. All right, reboot again. Yeah, no custom OSs. This is on pure Windows 10 or 11 downloaded straight from Microsoft. No custom OSs, please, because once we get to doing my script stuff in here, you're going to get some conflicts. You're going to get conflicts, especially the BCD edit one if you're running a custom OS. So, yeah, no doing that, please. Right, where are we? Where are we? We're down to 82 processes now. So anyone saying that they're on a ton of processes after doing the debloat, if you're on over 100 processes after running that debloat, you've done something wrong. But yeah, Sambo's absolutely right. For the sake of the viewers and the server members, would you mind reminding us that the pack tweaks are not necessarily universal to all systems and are run at the owner's discretion. Any performance increase or regression is up to the owner to test, verify, and revert if needed. Yeah, so always take a backup. And yeah, all I'm doing here is I'm showing you what I do and using it as an example to show how your latency can come down, your processes can come down and make your game smooth. If you then try and do exactly what I do and you're running a completely different system, that's up to you to double check that it's safe for your system. Not me. Because I can't provide instructions for the entire world's different types of PCs. That's just not possible. So all I'm doing here is showing you as an example of how to get a nice smooth gaming computer on my system. What are we down to? 1.7, 0.6. Coming down. It's coming down. You know what? You know what we're going to do? We're going to actually change now to the different power plan because we installed that different power plan, didn't we? We can now go to ultimate performance from high to... Apparently though, somebody did an analysis of these two and literally there was only the only difference is how it treats hard drives, HDDs or something. But they weren't sure whether there was some kind of hidden differences as well. But if you look at Power Explorer, they're literally the same between that and that. High performance and ultimate. But we're going to run that, see if there's any better. 1.9, 0.7. Oh, that's just gone up. But that sometimes happens when you just restart it anyway. If I now restart it now, hang on. Latency mon's weird sometimes. See, it's gone up now. I don't know what's going on. 1.9 again, 0.7 again. All right, getting there. We're getting there. Who's next? What are we up to? Disabling additional services. See what we got. So the first things I normally disable, make sure that they are disabled, is the print. If I'm not printing from this machine. So where's the print one? Print spooler. See, I don't print from this machine. So apply, stop. Don't need that. The other important one I found is the SSD one. Where is it? Not SSD. Yeah, SSDP. I always disable this because that is basically going out onto your local network at home and trying to connect to things like your TVs. And I only discovered this because you know that in Driver Booster, where I just delete unused devices, always gets refilled with household TV connections until you disable this service. So I don't need it to be talking to my TVs, thank you. So no thanks. That one's gone. The other one I get rid of normally is the Windows search. I don't need Windows search. I know where everything is, thank you, on my computer. I don't need you. Enter. No more Windows search. Okay, they're the ones I normally just disable. See what else is running though, see if there's anything else we can cut down. Stand out there. Sometimes there's a map one that you don't need again. No. Okay. No, I can probably just leave those for now. What do I say? Yeah, those three, normally the ones I get rid of. Right, uninstall any applications you do not need. We've kind of covered that already, but let's double check something hasn't snuck back on while we weren't looking. Where are you? Okay, that's all fine, that list. Windows apps. Power Automate. Don't know about that one. Oh, that looks all fine to me. Leave those be. Do a quick software health. It's quite a cool thing for the iObit Uninstaller Pro. It lets you do kind of some extra kind of scanning and things. Again, we're probably going to run this at the end anyway. It's getting rid of, it's finding uninstalled leftovers. It'll check to see if you've got any pop-up notifications from apps that shouldn't be asking for notifications. They'll pop up while you're gaming. So look, 28 of them. So that's going. All right, so what do I want there? Hibernation I leave alone, software permissions I leave alone, but these ones there, feedback, I don't need all of these doing pop-ups, notifications for me. No, thank you. They're going. Installation files. These are just things I've downloaded in my downloads directory. Okay, I can take those out. No other issues there. So leaving software permissions and hibernation alone. Fix all them. Doing a little tidying up. You once said on Windows 10 it's impossible to have a good timer. That's correct. How old? What version is it of Windows 10? If it's the latest versions, then you can't have less than 15 milliseconds. If it's older than 2004 version, then you can. Right. Next on that one, so we've done the tidying up. That screenshot looks like it needs to be improved a bit. It's a bit blurry. Might have to redo that one. Right, disable Copilot. Yeah, so we're going to go into the registry right now, and we're going to turn off Copilot. No, wait. Reg, paste that path. I'm going to look for something called turn off Windows Copilot. If it's not there, we're going to create it. It's not there, so we're going to double click that. Please stop. Why is it doing a vertical thing? What was that? I'm going to create a new D-word 32. We're going to call it that. Turn off Windows Copilot. And we're going to set it to 1, I assume. Yeah, 1. So no more Copilot. If I want to talk to Bing Copilot, I can just go on the web and ask it something. I don't need to have it embedded in my operating system. Thank you. Running in the background. No, 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 no. Right. Good. Service split threshold. Another one we need to do. I need to make sure mine is set to 1,000,000 because I've got 16 gig of RAM. So back to Registry again. Go in here. Right, service split threshold. It's already set to 1 million. That's handy. How has it done that? I didn't think that was a default. So how's it done that? Maybe something else did it. That's interesting. Right, device manager. What can we turn off in device manager? I need to make sure, yeah, I don't need these audio outputs. Oh, I don't, yeah. Yeah, I can disable that. I can disable that. Assuming you guys can still hear me. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you guys can still hear me. I'm using an aux cable for that one. Network adapters, I don't need that one because I'm using a secondary one. Using that one. Not that one. That was the one built into my motherboard. I don't need that one. Put my own network card in. Got a good one. Got a good one. What else want to disable? Oh, we want to disable that, don't we? Easiest way to do that. Find the display adapter, highlight it, change connection by devices. Right, so we want, I don't have any USB cables coming out the back of my GPU, so I can disable that. I don't have any Type-C USB devices coming out the back of my GPU, so I can disable that. Actually, I don't even need to do these. I'm going to enable these again. I'm going to take them on, take off the entire parent controller. Take off the entire lot at that level. There we go. Now I don't need to worry about that. Right, anything else I need to take off? Everything else you can do. I've played around a lot with these, trying to turn them off, checking latency before and after. It's just not worth doing. It's just not worth doing. It just doesn't make really any difference. Just leave them. If you know you're not using a device, you can turn it off. You know you're not. But some of these, it's like, they just don't make any difference. Just leave them on. You'll probably be generating more errors in the event log, which is using up more performance while something's trying to look for it. All right, so that's all fine. Right, let's Xbox game bar. So let's type game in. Gaming. So game bar off. We don't want any game bars. Thank you. Captures, we want those off as well. Come on. Thank you. Off. Off. Want any capture stuff. Game mode, we want on. We want hags on. And I need to add Fortnite to this list once I've installed Fortnite, but I'm going to need to go and grab that. Hags is already on by default, interesting. And optimization using flip mode for Windows games. Reduces latency, I'd turn that on as well. All right, that's good. Anything else I need to do in here while we're at it? Notifications, isn't it? Notifications. Don't want those on, thank you. Turn them off. Do not disturb on. Yep. Any more notifications? Aren't there a different type of notification somewhere? Focus. Don't know about that. Can't remember. Just leave that for now. I think that's right. Do I want to do anything else in here? Display stuff. I was thinking of running 240 actually, instead of 360, because I'm running 240 FPS cap in game at the moment. So I think I'm going to stick to 240 FPS. I think I'm going to stick to 240. And the other thing I don't like about 360 is, look, that .11. Don't like that. Whereas the 240 is dead on. So I think I'm going to run 240. I know it's more latency because you're not getting it on the monitor earlier. But if it's smoother going around, then I'd rather have the smoother. So I think I'm going to match it. I run a very, very solid 240 FPS in Fortnite, very solid. So that should be matching it nicely. Right, I kind of went off on a tangent there, didn't I? Nightlight, none of that. Where's the thing where you can do personalization? Background? I normally just run a black background, to be honest. Solid color, black, and then I do contrast. No, what is it? Damn it. That's the background color. Where's the offset color for it? Don't you normally choose your kind of offset for it? Or am I thinking of another section? Thingy colors? Oh, okay. Transparency effects I turn off. I don't know why I have that on, but everything's gone kind of more pastel-y now. I normally have yellow as the contrast color, and I normally have it on borders of things. That's quite nice. I quite like having a yellow, brightly yellow border on things. Bit of personalization. Themes, you don't need anything on that. Dynamic lighting. Use dynamic lighting on my no, I don't want that one. No, I don't want that one either. I don't think I've ever even seen this page before. Definitely not in my guide, that bit. Start. Default. Normally do, as I say, I normally do most of these stuff with the Debloat tool, free time tech that I used to use. I used to set up all these automatically, but now I'm using the CTT tool to debloat. I think it does less stuff. Taskbar, we've covered that already. Advanced device usage. Yeah, okay. All right. Captures, we've done that one. Game mode, we've done. There's a little comparison with game mode FPS on and off. See, the lows are much better with it on. I still need to do that, so I'm going to have to install Fortnite at some point. Background apps off. Only applies to Windows 10. You can't do that in 11. Notifications we've done. Notifications and actions. Is that different to the one I did? Yeah, notifications and actions. Okay, well that's off already, so it's clearly not different. Same one. Right, Windows performance options. So normally do that, adjust these ones. I normally do that one for the desktop, but other than that, that looks all fine. Smooth edges is the important one, I think, there pretty much. I normally go background services for Fortnite because it's better, and I normally fix my page file to 4096. What I normally do, decent amount. Normally you want to go a little bit above what it's recommending, and then just set it so it's not expanding and contracting all the time. So I normally do that. Okay, that. Yeah, it won't kick in until I restart. And then you want to make sure that this is on the default, the DEP. Just leave it on the default. Right. Done. We're going to revisit that. Power options, we've already unlocked the ultimate performance. We can tweak the power plan though. In my gaming pack, Windows power plans. Oh, you know what I don't like? I don't like that gap between them. How do I get rid of that gap? Compact view. There we go. I prefer that. What else is it? It's showing extensions. Okay. So yeah, run as administrator on the power plan explorer. Move it over here so you guys can see it a bit better. Move this down here. Move this to the right a bit. Right, juggle. Right, so we want, which one do we want? want where it says hidden. There we go. So I want to be able to see where it says hidden. Just want to unhide it. So which one we want? We want the, here we go. Processor performance time check interval. I'm going to unhide it so you can see it from the power plans menu. And I want ultimate performance, and we're going to change that to 5,000. It lets me. Come on, unlock. There we go. That will check to see if my CPU speed needs updating. That will check the least often that it possibly can. And I run a fixed clock, so it doesn't. I don't need it checking all the time. And I think even if you had a normal non-fixed clock, then I still think this would benefit as well. So try it and see. I'm going to apply that by clicking the line and apply. Wait, I didn't apply the page file changes. Are you sure? Are you George Bernard Shaw? Yeah, it doesn't apply until I reboot. That's why. It doesn't kick in until I reboot. Okay, I don't know what you guys are chatting about. I'm just going to try and track on here. If there's something specific you need to ask me about on screen, but I want to get through this as quick as I can because there's a ton to do. Right, so that's that one. We've done that. Processor disabled to idle. No, I don't do that. It makes my FPS worse and my latency worse, but you guys can try it, see if it helps you. Reducing audit event logs. Yeah, I'll take those off. So I'm not going to bother backing up what I had. I can't be bothered. Audit poll. Clear. Clears the entire audit policy, which stops it doing all these audit successes every like 3 per second, which is obviously using up a load of CPU and disk. So I get rid of that. Right, stop edge running in the background. That's a good one. I need to install Chrome actually. That's not good. There we go. Startup boost, no. Continue running in the background, no. So you need to make sure those two are off. So that's done. I do need to install Chrome because I prefer Chrome. Chrome. Wait, did it do it already? Did I just miss it? Did it do it so quick I didn't even see it? Yes, it did it so quick I didn't even see it. I did try your tweaks on that. Didn't get much change. Not sure if it's just an AM4 thing. AMD thing. Yeah, my tweaks aren't the be-all and end-all. I mean, I keep saying it's the guide that does 95% of the work, not the scripts. The scripts will do a tiny bit. It will do 5%, but it's the guide that does pretty much most of the work. I'm going to sign in later. So that's default. How can I make this as default? Wait, what? That. So that's default. That's how you do it. Got it. All right, we got Chrome. Pin that to taskbar. Stick it there, and we're gonna. Well, we'll leave that one there for now, but I'll take that off afterwards. All right, we got Chrome on. Oh, I need to do the same thing as I just did with that, didn't I? Come on, just let me in. Let me in. Settings. Need to maximize to actually get to the system one. Yeah, again, turn it off when it's running in the background. Right, done. Next, Windows tweaks, my stuff. So as I say, 5% of all the stuff, I reckon. It's nowhere near as important as all the rest of the guide stuff. Nowhere near as important. Most of my stuff is setting things back to Windows defaults. So I'm not actually doing much tweaking. Right, so we're going to run my tweaks now, even though I'm not doing any tweaking. Desktop, that one pack. Right, Windows. Tweaks time. Right, create a restore point. Yeah, seriously, create a restore point. Do the README file. Do not, yeah, this is a disclaimer right here. Do not run any of these scripts in this directory unless you're instructed to by the guide. Don't just go through the list, run it, and then go back to the guide and just say, I don't know what it did. Just only run it if the guide tells you to run it. These scripts are developed to run on and tested on Windows 11. They should work on Windows 10. They will what does it say? Wait. Open more further. I need wrap now. They will probably not work on any custom OS and will probably break something. Important. Very important. Always have a backup and a restore point before making any changes. You can run all the scripts and then reboot at the end. You do not need to reboot after each script. Remember, right-click each command file and do run as administrator for it to work. Any questions, ask in the Discord. Right, okay, got it? So we're going to create a restore point. Create pre-Alexander the Dad tweaks. Yeah. Creates a restore point. You can go back to it. Things go hideously wrong. Done. Okay, that. Right, now we can go through this. So right-click that, run as administrator. Press the spacebar, ignore any errors. So BCD edits. Before we run this, I just want to show you what it looks like before we run it. So you can see what you're running at the moment by just typing in BCD edit and hitting return. And then go and find your C drive, because that will be your current drive. Here we go. So this is what we're running at the moment. So these are basically default Windows settings. I know you're running a custom OS if you've got something other than these or the ones I add. This is something to help ping, yes. A whole section on networking stuff, batch. Yeah, so if you're running some weird stuff in here, I know that you're running a custom OS. And then you can complain that my scripts messed it up, but you're running a custom OS and I've told you not to run my stuff on it. So your fault, not mine. So yeah, this is what it looks like for a default Windows. There's not much in here. So we are going to be adding in a second. Oh, hang on. Edit. I need to install TextBlade, don't I? We're going to be adding kind of a few things here. Policies, config access policies, turning on MSI mode by default. And I explain what each one is doing with a commented out thing right before it's doing it. So if you're worried, just go through these and say, okay, is that a good idea? Do I want that? Do I not want that? And if you want to comment it out, all you have to do is put these double little colons before the line, and then it won't even run it. So yeah, so that's what I'm doing in a second. You know what I should probably do before we do this? I should probably see what my timer resolution clock is by default. Should we just kind of have a quick look? Right, so here we go. Default Windows 11. So by default, I'm running 15.625, and it's asking the system to sleep for 1 millisecond, and it's sleeping for 15. So that's how accurate that system clock is right now. So we're going to fix that with my scripts and setting timer resolution afterwards. So yeah, default Windows 11, latest version. So if you're not setting your timer resolution to a decent number, then you're going to be asking, the code's going to be, in your game is going to be asking it to sleep for 1 millisecond, and it's going to take 15 milliseconds for it to actually sleep. So not very accurate. So yeah, so we'll just have a quick sneak peek there of what we're going to do later. So one of the things in here is disabling the high position event timer. So we're going to run that. And now we should have, as I said, those should now have changed to a few more extra ones. As we can see, so we've got some extra ones in here now. We've got some extra goodies in here. Right, MM agent. MM agent by default, so there's the memory management agent. Memory management agent. By default, you've got everything set to true and you've got 512 there. So I changed these a little bit and up this. Because for games that use a lot of memory up, you need kind of more resources for these. So that's a good one to change. So I bumped that up quite considerably. Okay, so that's the memory and management ones. But the weird thing is about this, some of these say that it doesn't run, but then it does. Really weird, like that OA one. Mind you, they're all enabled already, so maybe it's just complaining that the fact that they're already enabled. I don't know, but it does work, so it's a weird one. Spectre. Should we talk about Spectre a little bit? The next one, that annoying noise. Inspector. So by default, Windows is mitigating against these potential malware attacks on your CPU. But the problem with that is that they really slow down your CPU. So you can basically say don't worry about them. If you're on AMD, which one is it? Is it Meltdown? Doesn't affect AMD, but it does affect Spectre. So you can disable the Spectre one, but I don't think you need to worry about it if you've got an AMD for this one, for the Meltdown one. I'm on Intel, so I can do both of them. So you just click that one and you click that one, and it's done. It just sets 2 registry values in the background, and they will kick in the next time you reboot. Done. Mouse tweaks. You can run these mouse tweaks if you run keyboard and mouse. It's just basically reducing, all it's doing is it's reducing the buffer before an action happens for your keyboard and mouse, so it's a bit more lower latency. 40 is a very conservative number. The default's 100, and I've seen people go down to like 20 for these to make it even more responsive, but then you can sometimes get weird things like your W keying and it will just keep going when you take your hands off it. So just be careful on these. Don't go too low. I run controller, so I don't even need to run that one. The last one I will be running, that is, I found that for my Fortnite on my platform, this is the best Windows 32 separation. You can go and see all the benchmarks on my Discord to compare them, but that is the best number for me on my platform. So that's why I run that one. Done. Anything else I need to run? Don't care about that, don't care about that. I think we go and reboot again now, don't we? I think we go and reboot. I think it's time. I think it's time to reboot. There goes my document explaining everything it's doing. So that's what we're aiming for. True, false, much bigger number, true, true, false. And we reboot, hopefully that's sorted. We did the mitigation stuff, that's detailed. You can see the difference here between the latency before and after I've disabled the mitigations, like 1.6 down to 1.3. That makes quite a big difference. You don't need to do that. I don't know why I've even put that in. Fortnite does not care whether you've set this in the operating system or not. It takes raw input for keyboard and mouse. Win32 priority separation tweaks. I did a bit on that. There's my benchmark for all the different ones. So 20 was my best value, hex 14. That gave me the best results. Timer resolution is next after this. Let's reboot and then, okay, whatever. Did we uninstall something? I don't remember uninstalling something. So I'm sorry I'm not reading as much chat as I normally do, but I've got so much to get through here. I just want to get through it quick as I can. I'm sorry I clicked that now. It's just taking way too long. Come on. No leftovers. It just said there were leftovers, and then it's not found any. Do I need to, did I not modify the options here? I don't think I did I? Telling it not to disturb me. Okay, we'll leave it running in the background at the moment. Optimate. Notify me when things, create restore points. Power file install, update, auto update. I don't want to auto update anything. Notifications. Bye bye. Don't want you notifying me, especially if I'm in the middle of a game. Thanks. Oh, that's what it was talking about. Okay, fine. Right, done. Right, let's reboot. Okay. Right, back on this. I don't like these huge icons. Let's make these a bit smaller. There we go, a bit smaller now. Like that. Maybe on Windows 11 it's different, or on games you play, but good setup, game mode, and hardware acceleration, GPU scheduling on Windows 10 and Windows 10 actually gives worse performance. Depends on the game. And I used to test this on Windows 10 for Fortnite on my PC, and it was better with game mode on, and it was better with hags on. So, as I say, it's always worth you testing. So if I'm conveying nothing else here, more important than actually how to tune your computer, what tweaks, what the answers are, how I do things, it's the ability to show you guys how you can test yourself. Because that's more important than me trying to tell you the answers, because they might not be the answers. So it's more about me trying to show you guys methodology and how you can actually work this stuff out yourself and benchmark properly. Because most of the YouTube, the tweakers out there, the benchmarks they're doing, you know they haven't benchmarked properly, because half the time their results are just so inconsistent. I can run the same benchmark and get exactly the same result every single time. And then I change one thing, and then you can see it's just changed it a little bit, and then you know it's more consistent than these huge swings that these clickbait YouTubers do. So yeah, testing methodology is huge. It's rare that you will find a tweaker that shows they're working and has their methodology open to scrutiny. And it's the way the scientific community work. You have to publish your papers and your findings and how you did things, and then you get things peer reviewed. So they say, okay, well that test is invalid anyway because you didn't do it right, or it's got this variable. And then you kind of improve the test all the time. That same kind of methodology that they use in science needs to be applied to what we're doing here as well. Not just somebody running 2 different tests with different replays, or running through a game and then expecting the load to be the same each time and then running 2 different variables for it. It just doesn't make any sense. So anyway, what are we doing? Why is that PNG not available? Why is it a white? Oh, okay, because it's doing a preview, you can see. Right, where are we? So let's see how many processes we got, and let's see. We're at 82 processes right now. What are we actually running? Not a lot. We're not running the experience center. Okay, 82, and what's our latency looking like? What's our latency looking like? 1.6, 0.6. Looks a bit more stable as well. I'm down to 1.5 now. Look, 1.55, 0.5. So we're getting there. Remember what we started on? Started on 2.2 and 1. 2.2 and 1. So we've basically halved the DPC latency already, nearly. We're not very far through the guide yet. Can I run that? Yeah, I can open it in that now. Cool. No more edge. Right, what are we getting up to? That was the question. We're going to do timer resolution next, aren't we? Yeah, we're doing this next. Hello. Oh, that's too far. I took it too far. Right, so we're going to fix the timer resolution now. That's what we're going to do. We're going to fix that 15 milliseconds that we were seeing. So we're seeing Windows, timer resolution. So by default, look, it's running 15.6 milliseconds by default, and this tool is asking it to sleep for 1 millisecond, and it's sleeping for 15.6. So it's not very accurate, really, when you're doing the timing. So we're going to fix that. We're going to get it to ask for 1 millisecond and actually get 1 millisecond. So the way you can either use Intelligent Standby List Cleaner, or what I use is Processor Soup and Pro, because I own the Pro version, but even the free version is fine for this. So let's go and get Processor Soup. It's Processor Soup. That does more than the timing stuff. I love Processor Soup. Why can't I see it? There it is. Interesting search page. You have to go halfway down the page to actually find what you want. Good old Google. Right, so we're going to do the free download, and then I'll put the key in when you guys aren't looking. So everybody turn away. Are you close your eyes? Promise. No, I'll close the screen in a minute. Oh, is this working, or have I got to wait for something? Oh, it was working. It did it. Did it 3 times, in fact. Why have I done it 3 times? Not paying attention, am I? Gotta love Processor Soup. Right, okay, free version. Coming at you. Right, so let's set up the timer resolution. So you can see it's a 15.6 by default. Now you can set it to 0.5. You click max. And I also want to do those two, because that second one's on Windows 11. I can set it to 0.5, but it won't be the best timer. So we're going to reboot. Do we need to reboot? No, I don't think we need to reboot. We should be able to just do this live. Right, here we go. There's a 0.5. Oh dear, maybe we do need to reboot. So it's set to 0.5, but he's still sleeping for 15. Let's reboot again. See where we're at. Noog, I do use auto-runs. We'll probably run that at the end, clean up a bit. I've got to play around with CRU, have I? Last time I played around with CRU was quite recently, a couple of weeks ago, and it hosed something. It was a nightmare. I had to... Yeah, that wasn't fun. I'm not sure I want to do that, Tambo. Right, let's see if we got timer resolution running now. Yeah, 0.5. Timer resolution. Double click. There we go. Now it's working properly. We just need to reboot. Right, so you'll find out that 0.5 is not the best timer resolution. Look, we're asking it to sleep for 1 millisecond, and it's sleeping for about 1.5 milliseconds still. So it's come down from the 15 that it was doing before, and if you're on Windows 10, you're stuffed with 15. So this is only fixed in Windows 11. So you want to be doing this, you want Windows 11. So first thing everyone watching should do is upgrade to Windows 11. After that, yeah, debloat and go through my guide and then get to this point, like we've just done. So you can see that the average is kind of like 4,866, so .4,866. So we're going to fine tune the timer resolution now to kind of drop that. So I know for a fact that if I set this to 506 and rerun that script again, that 506 is still in the kind of 1.5 ballpark. You get occasional 1.0s, getting closer, but then if I go to 507, watch what happens now. Look, they're all 1.0s, all of them. And I can then use the 1000 script, which runs a lot longer at 10 times the amount of samples, to really kind of zoom in after that. So I know for a fact on this computer that my very best time is 5.067. But when I set that, look what happens with this. It will round it. So if I OK that and then go back in, it's gone and rounded it. But if I actually then just run it, you can see it is actually 507. So it's just a visual rounding thing. So that's the lowest I can go. If I go 50666, sorry, just 2 sixes, not 3, then it jumps back up to 1.5 again. So that's the very best one I can do for my computer. So now I have an accurate timer. I'm asking the system to sleep for a millisecond, and I'm getting a millisecond. So I've got an accurate timer now. Congrats me. Yeah, so what else do I do in processor so quick? Smart trim enabled. I also use power performance mode, and I don't use bitsum. I have ultimate when that's running. And I normally run balanced just in general, and then when I open an app like, I don't know, Latency or the game, I get it to induce performance mode. So now I've opened that. It should be in the list of processes. And now I can find it somewhere. Where are you? Latency mon. Hello, Latency mon. Where are you? I can't see you. There we go. So now I can find that process, right click it, and then do induce performance mode. And I also want it to be excluded from ProBalance. ProBalance is a way that this uses of stopping applications in the background using up too many resources, so then it affects the foreground applications, or your game in this case. So that red line is a measure of how responsive your system is. If that dips, then you get FPS drops and horrible things. So you want that line always at the top. Even when there's a lot of load running, you still want your computer responsive. So the ProBalance is a good way of doing that, managing that. So we like that. What else can we do in this trial version that we might need? Widgets. I normally either delete widgets. Is it going to let me set it to disallow process? Yep, I do. Excellent. So I don't want widgets running. Anytime it finds widgets now, it will delete it within 0.507 milliseconds. Like it. If you see game bar presence writer in here, add that to the list as well. Delete that one. But that normally only kicks in when you open a game. If you open Fortnite, then go back to this, you might then spot it. But normally speaking, you won't see it in this list. That widget service, widget service, can I kill that as well? I don't want widgets running. Can I remove that? Disallow process, is it going to let me do that? Yeah, that looks good. Don't want widgets. I don't want any widgets. I don't know why Windows 11 keeps trying to use widgets. Anything else I can get rid of? I don't want. I'm going to do the uninstall monitor, and I'm going to put it into efficiency mode, which puts it on like a little leaf next to it. And the real-time protector. What is that real-time protector? I don't think I want that, do I? I think I need to turn that off. Oh, did I just mess that up? No, I didn't. I don't want a real-time protector. No, thank you, advanced monitoring. It's not loading it. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's the anti-spyware. Do you reckon it was that? I don't want a real-time protector. Just want this to run when I want it to run. Hope that was it, actually. Create logs when there is a change to the computer. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that as well. I think that's it. Turned off everything else. All right. Yeah, it's gone now, look, it's gone. So that one's in efficiency mode. That's fine. Schedule, well, I don't, again, scheduler, right. Naughty IO bit. I don't want you running in my background when I don't ask you to be there. Automatically scan newly connected devices. Is that what's doing it, you reckon? Don't want that. I think that was the thing I've just turned off. Right, let me have a look again. Again, I don't want a scheduler. What is this? You know, I'm putting it in efficiency mode right now. Again, anything else we want in efficiency mode? No, let's leave all those. All right, that's sorted, that's sorted, that's sorted. What are we up to? What are we up to? We've just done processor Sue. Don't need to do, we've done the fine tuning of the timer resolution. Disk optimizations. Let's go and turn off indexing for our C drive. Allow files on this drive to have contents indexed in addition to their file properties. Contents. I don't want you indexing all the contents of every file. It's gonna take a while to run through these, but as it's a relatively new system, there shouldn't be that much on here yet. Probably should have that very first thing in my guide, to be honest with you. Well, so I need to read chat, don't I? Sorry, where was that option in Lasso? What option? Sorry, I'm not reading chat. I apologise. Should really be reading chat real time. Have you tried excluding Fortnite anti-cheats from ProBalance? Remember what happened with system responses that maybe ProBalance can make some effect. Yeah, maybe it's doing something to them, but I'd see it in the logs. You would see it in the logs in here, and I never see it in the logs for anything anti-cheat in here doing ProBalance. It actually just lists anything that does ProBalance. And you get like a big yellow line here when there's a ProBalance event. The other thing the processor Sue does is it stops your cores parking, stops them going to sleep, and then you having to wake them up again, which adds latency. So it'll stop that happening too. While this is running, I might actually just induce performance mode just to kind of speed everything up, make these things faster. What can we do while that's running? CPU optimizations. We've done the BIOS stuff. I've done all the BIOS stuff. BIOS. Core parking we've just talked about. How to keep processes off eCores. I'm moving way more towards just recommending people with eCores just to disable them in the BIOS, to be honest. Everything I've read for Fortnite runs better with eCores all turned off. I haven't seen one example for Fortnite where eCores is actually better. So until I get my hands on my Intel 14900KF or KS, whatever I end up getting, I can't say for sure, but I think my general recommendation right now, when Chip gets his computer in the next couple of days, I'm going to be getting him to turn off eCores. One of the first things we're going to be doing. Memory stuff, I don't need to do anything there. BIOS stuff, more BIOS. GPU optimizations. All right, we need to jump over to that, don't we? So we need to run through doing all the GPU optimizations next. Okay, that's done. Awesome. Right, GPU time. Grab in the pack, jump in the GPU section. Right, so number one is configure NVIDIA control panel, but this assumes that we've updated to the driver that we want to run, and we've stripped it out. So I'm going to reinstall this driver with NV clean install. I'm going to go and get the latest version for NV clean install. Yep. Run that. And I don't, latest two drivers have broken latency monitoring. So I can't run those two on my test environment where I test latency, but I can run the latest drivers on my gaming environment because I don't test latency there. So it should be all right for me to just install the very latest driver and then just strip it down a little bit. The only thing I need is that one, and I disable the HD audio, don't I? So I don't even need to do that one. Copying files. Have you tried turning on and off MSE services? Wait, what? My PC does feel a bit snappy. Actually, don't do feel. Do numbers. Please do numbers. Stop doing feel, everyone. Actually, test it. You can see whether your latency numbers have come down. I mean, as I say, it's not hugely accurate latency mod, but it gives you a good idea that they're coming down. And FPS-wise, yeah, just run capframex, and you can see exactly whether you're getting better or worse or not. Right, what are we doing on here? Disable telemetry, unattended, yeah. Perform a clean installation, yeah. Don't need that out. Hardware support, enable DNS indicator, don't care. Disable MPO, no, don't do that. Typically, you only need to do that if you've got problems. Disable Ansel, yes, that's just a screen capture thing. All right, expert tweaks, what are we up to? Disable driver telemetry, yeah. Don't leave the container alone. Disable the NVIDIA HD audio device timer. That's not going to work. I'm going to tick it, even though it's not going to work because I've got it disabled, that HD audio already. Yeah, I need to enable MSI, and I know which processor I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put it on 2. So there's a whole section on this later on. So we've done MSI mode, we've done the processor there. Disable the copyright stuff, yeah, disable that. Apply INVEC video encoding session limit patch. I don't think I do that. And then you want these last two there and there. Okay, I think that's everything. What I normally do is I normally build the driver and save it as an exe and then run it later, because that way I can jump between old drivers and new drivers really easily without having to go through all this again. So I normally just do build package, and then I can just save that, and then it builds the package, and then I run it, and then I can jump back to it really, really easily, the stripped down version, if I need to later, without having to jump through all the NV clean install hoops. You don't feel that in your 240 Hz monitor is 240. What? Don't understand what you're saying. All right, nearly done. Right, finished. Right, so it's created the pack, the builder for the stripped down driver. So now I normally just double click it. I'm going to lose you because obviously we'll be updating the drivers for the Elgato capture card as well at the same time. So I will lose you at some point in a second. Thinking about it, thinking about it. I suppose it's got to unpack it again. Yes, I would like to install that, please. No, that's the same version we've already got running. Still yet to install Afterburner and RTSS. We've still got to do that. Getting more views on Twitch. Yep, more views on Twitch. I don't know what the breakdown is right now. I've got 35 people watching me total. I've got 14 on Twitch and 21 on YouTube right now, according to my stats. Yeah. Especially if it's AMD. If it's AMD, then oh wait, restart now. Restart now. We have a graphics driver. Yay! We're back in the room. All right. Oh, never opened that before. Agree and continue. Right, so we should be running 551.76. Jolly good show. Right, so number one on the list was... Wait, go back to me. Go back to me. Number one, configure the NVIDIA control panel. So we'll do that super quick. We'll zoom through it quick. Right, start with adjust image, setting with preview. We're going to change that to performance, apply that. And we're going to do the middle one and apply that. Right, most of these are reset. Turn off gamma correction, not that that makes a huge difference. Leave that, leave that, leave that. We're going to turn off G-Sync because I'm using 2 monitors out the back of my GPU. If I was only using 1, I'd definitely be using G-Sync, but I'm using 2, and that gives latency spikes because it's a bug. Low latency mode we're keeping off because we've got reflex in the game we're playing. Auto select, so select our GPU on that one. Optimal power, we need to change to prefer maximum performance. Application controlled, highest available. If I'm going too fast here, just go and look at the guide. I just want to get this done. High performance on that one. Turn off VSync. I think that's it. Oh, dry the cache. I normally put that on unlimited, don't I? Anything else there? Anything else I've missed? I think that's the lot. All that. All right, let's go. That one for that. Right, change resolution. So we're running 240 now, aren't we? We decided to move to 240. I can actually increase the output color depth, but I tested the benchmark these the other day, and 8 BPC was the best, 12 was second best, and then 10 was the worst, which is weird. But 8 BPC was definitely the best. Right, done. Fine, it's fine. Override to reference mode, that's an important one. That shaves off 1 millisecond of latency when I tested that. So basically you're not then doing any color correction. Saves a bit. Right, so we want no scaling, we want display, even though we're doing no scaling, so it doesn't really matter. And then we want override. No scaling, display, override. Right, G-Sync should be off, good. Multiple displays should be cloned, good. NVIDIA settings, advanced, default. NVIDIA setting, apply, done. Right, so that's all that for the NVIDIA control panel. So let's go back to our tweak folder. So we've done the first one. All right, let's check MSI utility. We haven't done this yet for any devices. So MSI utility. Anything that says supported modes MSI, you can then tick in this MSI column. So as pretty much we have it here, these are ticked and these are ticked. You can often also get away with having your controller that's just above your GPU ticked as well. I'm going to tick that one too because I know it works, but you've got to be really careful here that you don't tick one that's going to break your computer. So always have a backup before you do this. The other thing is I've tested all of these with different combinations, highs, normals, lows. I've tested them all. The best, simplest way of doing this is to turn them all just to undefined. Change them all to undefined. Right, apply that. So all the ones that we've got there tick that we want, and then all those are undefined. So that's done. MSI utility done. Right, now we're going to change the interrupts for CPU to get some work away from core 0. Because right now, what's happening is we go latency mon, just very quickly, and we run this for a couple of minutes. Right now, pretty much everything is using core 0. Pretty much everything. Look. Everything else is bored, and core 0 is heavily loaded. That makes that a bottleneck. So what you want to do is you want to move your GPU somewhere else and your USB controller for all your input devices to somewhere else. That will take some load off of core 0 and your whole latency will come down because you're then alleviating this bottleneck. That's 10 times more work it's doing than all the other ones. So you want to move some work away from this core 0. So that's what we're doing right now. We're going to go and find our GPU, which begins with an N because it's NVIDIA GeForce that. And I'm going to set the mask. I'm going to set it to CPU 2. Normally just do the third core. If you're running hyperthreading or SMT, then you need to do these in pairs. So if you're running by default SMT or hyperthreading, so you look in Task Manager, if your numbers here don't match between cores and logical processors, then you're running hyperthreading or SMT. If those numbers match, then you can just do single cores. If they don't match, then you'll need to do these in pairs. So these two will be the first core, those two will be the second core, those two will be the third core, and so forth, the third CPU and so forth. So I have SMT and hyperthreading disabled, so I know I can just set it to CPU2. It's less important which ones are the fastest. It's more important that you're just moving them away from core 0. So I know you guys love to kind of race them and work out. So, okay, right now nothing's moved, yeah? So I can use Processor Sue, and it's a tool in here called Thread Racer. So I know that everything's pretty much on that core 0. So if I then race all the other cores, I can find the fastest one, which in my case is the third one. Look. If I stop now, you can see that that's won the race. That's got the biggest number, that's done the most processing. So I'm going to move my GPU to that one, and then I typically move my input devices to the next fastest one. But I've been running Fortnite with my special RTSS overlay the last couple of days, and I've noticed that Fortnite is quite heavily loading the 4th and 5th ones. And so I normally just kind of recommend you put it on like the 5th one. But I noticed that the penultimate one was actually really, really quiet when you're looking at the cores as you're playing. And so I've moved my input devices now to this one, this last one. Not because it's the fastest, but because it was the least utilized whilst I was gaming. The third core wasn't particularly utilized. As I say, it was really heavily loading the 4th and 5th ones when I was playing. If you watch my stream back from yesterday, you can see the little meters with all 8 cores going up and down, and you can see the ones in the middle are hitting kind of 80–90% a lot of the time, whereas the ones kind of either end were hardly utilized. But I know for a fact that performance mode with DX11, typically when you're gaming in it, will kind of prioritize only a couple of cores. DX12 spreads the load a lot better across them. So if you're running DX12, you might want to just use this, probably Thread Racer, okay, see which one's the fastest. But if you're running performance mode, it's probably better off working out which ones are the least busy while you're gaming. That makes sense? Right, that's as quick as I can explain that. I need to go and do this quick. So set mask for your GPU, done. I'm not going to reboot, I'll just do that later. I'm also going to do the controller for it. So you can find out what your controller is for that in Device Manager. You just go and open display adapters, you can find your GPU, and then once you've selected it, then go to Devices by Connection, and it'll open it up in the tree exactly where it is. So you can see that the controller above this is this one, the 1901 PCIe one. So I know that that's the controller for this. So I normally match it. So if I can find 1901. If it's too difficult to find and you've got the same name for multiple ones of these, then it might be a bit trickier to find. I know that if like, for example, you can normally get the exact match by right-clicking the properties and then looking at this location address 010. So I need to make sure in Process Affinity that 010 matches here, 010. So I know it's the right device now. And I'm going to set that to exactly the same one as I just set my GPU. I don't need to reboot it now, it's done. So the other one I want to move is my input device controller. So I'm going to go back to the first view in Device Manager. I'm going to find my mouse. Or controller if you've got a controller plugged in. So I'm going to find a mouse, I'm just going to select this one, and then I'm going to go Devices by Connection again, and I'm going to go all the way up until I find where the controller is for that one. So it's this one here. I'm going to right click that and I'm going to look at the location 020. So I need to find that in here now, 020. So sometimes the names don't perfectly match up, so it's actually quite tricky finding them. I think it's this one. That one? Yeah, 020. So look, the name doesn't exactly match up there. It's got USB X HCI compliant host controller. So it doesn't quite match up with what it actually says there. So sometimes you have to kind of search for it a little bit. So I'm going to set this to the penultimate one because, as I said, as I was playing Fortnite, I noticed that this one was really not busy at all. So I'm going to put that for all my input devices. No, I don't need to restart right now. And that's all you need to do for that one. Done. Right, next one. So I'm disabling dynamic P states. This disables power saving for your GPU. Saves kind of it trying to constantly go into power saving modes, which again helps with latency. So, but before you double click that, please edit it to make sure it's got the right bit for this, that path there. And you can find that path there by going again back to Device Manager, finding your GPU, right-clicking it, Properties, Details. This is all in the guide, so if I'm going too quickly, I'm just going to have a look in the guide, and then finding Class GUID. So you can then right-click that, copy that, and then just make sure it's exactly the same as that path, like that. Make sure that that's there, and then save the file. Then you can double click it, and next time you upgrade your driver you can then just double click it again. You don't need to see whether the path has changed. So that's done. Right, next one, IRQ priority control, another fun one. Okay, IRQ priority control. So we're going to now set the first and second priorities for interrupt requests. And we're going to do that. Have I rebooted yet? I haven't rebooted yet. I need to reboot yet, otherwise my GPU doesn't have a correct IRQ number here because we've just set it to MSI mode. So at the moment, it's going to be up here somewhere. There it is, look, 16. As soon as we set MSI mode on, it's going to turn into a negative IRQ and it's going to give it a different physical IRQ number. So we're going to have to reboot quick to get that number. Back. Is it okay for FPS to go down a bit after IRQ priority tweak? It shouldn't do. Just double make sure that you're setting them right, which we'll go through now. Why have I got this? What's this Copilot preview? We've got rid of that. How has that come back? What? I disabled this. No. I don't want it at all. How do I get rid of it? How has it just come back? Oh, Windows. Look. Where has that come from? Did I do like a Windows update in the background or something? Where has that just come from? I disabled it in the registry already. I'm going to have to do that bit again. Honestly, where's that come from? Anyway, what were we doing? Yeah, we were doing the priority stuff, weren't we? So, GPU priorities. So now we need to go and check the IRQ. You guys can't see this because my head's in the way, isn't it? We need to go and have a look at the IRQ for your GPU now. Should be, here we go, 70. And there's my USB controller, 71. Now, only do these IRQ priorities if it's easy to distinguish for your input device controller. If you've got a million of these down here, all with the same name, skip the controller, only do the GPU. Because you won't know which one is for your input devices. So there's no point in setting the priority for it. So just do one of them, don't do both of them. So you can, again, edit, you've got to edit this file first. So this is basically going to take this number, the 270 number here, and it's going to set priority 1 for that device. And then it's going to take 71 here, and it's going to set priority 2 for that device. As I say, if you can't distinguish which USB controller is the one you want to prioritize, just delete that line before you run it. Because if you've got the same name, because it's very difficult to work it out, because these IRQ here are physical IRQs, and the ones in Device Manager, they're logical IRQs. So there's no real mapping at all. So for example, look, I'll show you what the IRQs are for this. Where is it? Resources. So it should tell you the IRQs here, look. It's -26, so that's a logical IRQ, and it doesn't match the physical IRQ. So it's very, very difficult if you've got the same name for all your input device controllers to work out which one you want. So as I say, don't bother with that. I mean, it's easy to work out your GPU because there's probably only going to be one of those. So you need to know that number, and you need to edit that number to make in here to make it the same as this number. So you just edit this one and put your, whatever the IRQ is here, edit that and save the file. But you need to match that number with that number. And before you run it, if you haven't done that match, then you're probably setting an IRQ for something that doesn't even exist. And setting that to priority 1. And if it doesn't exist, then you're just probably making your performance worse. That's the only reason I can think of the way your performance would be worse after making this tweak. You've got to make sure you get it right. Bear in mind, if I now plug something else in, like, I don't know, if I re-enable something in Device Manager, say for example, I re-enabled the high definition audio controller, sometimes that goes above where your GPU is and pushes it down the list, so the number changes. And if that happens, you then need to change your registry to have the correct numbers here. So it's a tweak you should only do if you know what you're doing, because you need to reapply it every time you update your GPU driver. And as I say, if you don't get the numbers right, and these two are going to be added here in a second, if you don't get the numbers right, you're doing more harm than good. So make sure you get these numbers right and they match what's in system information, IRQs, and the correct IRQ for your device. Because you're not matching something called your GPU, you're matching the physical IRQ to priority 1. And whatever is running on that physical IRQ is what you're prioritizing. And that can move depending on what you re-enable in Device Manager, for example. So just a warning there. So yeah, that's all set for me. So I can save that file and then I can just run it. I just double click it and to run it, and it should then be in here. It should have just added them. See, added them there and there. So they're done. Right, what's next? We need to check the interrupts just to make sure they look right. So you can see I've got core 2 for my GPU, and I've got core 6 for my input device controllers. So it's moved the work away from core 0. If I reboot now, we can see it will have spread the load a little bit better. Stream giveaways. Right, have a look, see where we're at. So still about 83 processes. Let's see what's actually running here. That should be in efficiency mode. Why hasn't that stayed to be in efficiency mode? Sure, I put that in efficiency mode already. Okay, well we can probably do a little bit of tweaking on that afterwards, but where are we for latency right now? See if we're still going in the right direction. Oh look, we're down to 1.4 now and 0.48. That's the difference optimizing your GPU does. At 1.42, 0.48. That's pretty good. If you look at the CPU stat tab now, you can see that a lot of the work that was on Core 0 is now being spread onto Core 2, and every time I move my mouse, you can see this number comes up a bit higher, and I stop moving, it stops, and then I move it again, and it goes up a bit higher. So you know that I've got my input devices on 6. So I've basically got rid of the bottleneck that is Core 0 and moved the work over to Core 2 and some over to Core 6. And as a result, the latencies come way down. We're getting there. We're getting there. Is everything done in this video applicable to Windows 10? Yeah, it should be, apart from the timers. Yeah, you can't do much with your timers, I'm afraid. Still encouraging you to go to Windows 11. I know people keep saying it's laggy yet. It's just not once you've done all this stuff to it. As you can see, I'm running Windows 11 and my latency mon stats are really low. And there's been no special effects. I've done it live in front of you. You've seen them come down. That's what we started on. Look, we started on 2.2 and 1.0, and we're now on 1.4 and 0.4. So they've come way down. Right. So it should still work on Windows 10 as well, apart from the timer resolution stuff. Right, what's next? Where are we at? We've done the GPU stuff, didn't we? Stable dynamic P states, RQ priorities, MSI afterburner. Another one of my fan favorites. Right, MSI afterburner. Now, this is typically known for overclocking your GPU. But that's not what I use it for. I use it to set a custom fan curve and keep, you have to always accept before you can do the download, by the way, to keep my GPU nice and cold. So that's the important thing, not the overclocking. Haven't had that error since we've been rebooting. I don't know what fixed it. Maybe the chipset drivers fixed it. I don't know. And we're going to install RTSS with this as well. Because we love RTSS as much as we love Afterburner. I still need to put my Pro license in for Processor Suite, don't I? Again, I don't want you seeing that, so I'm going to have to hide my screen in a minute. Next, RTSS, install. Good frame times feels like aimbot. It certainly does. You get your frame time rock solid, you'll just be beaming people. One thing we didn't do actually, we didn't update DirectX. We forgot to do that. Thanks for putting on RTSS. Yeah, I love RTSS. Blimmin' amazing. I'm gonna, well, after we get RTSS running, I'll show you my new little overlay for it. I was working on that more yesterday. I actually got up in the middle of the night last night and thought, actually that RTSS stat overlay would look really good stretched across just one line across the bottom of the screen. but I couldn't really make it work. It just looked a bit weird. So I've put it back into a little block, kind of in the corner that you can kind of put over and left and right and or top right. Yeah, that's nice. That is. I still need to make. I think I need to make it clearer that you guys can see it better. Because when I was watching my stream back, it was a little bit blurry, especially with the different colors. That will help when I can get my gaming PC as my streaming PC, and I can get a much better quality on the stream. Don't need a readme, and don't need a readme. Okay, good. Alrighty, we should have RTSS and Afterburner. Yay, Afterburner, everybody. Alrighty. So we're not going to overclock, but what you will notice is we're running a bit higher clock rate than we would do normally because we disabled dynamic P states earlier. So it does tend to run this one. So it does tend to keep the frequency up a bit more. This can go up to about 2070 stable, but yeah, as I say, I'm not overclocking. I'm just kind of lowering its latency. The most important thing in here is you click on the cog thing and you go into fan and you enable a custom fan curve. And then you grab this very first line and you drag it all the way to where it says 60 degrees at the bottom and 100 at the top. So it's 60 degrees centigrade. So it's 51 right now. Yeah, my GPU is running at 51. So we're going to get it a little cooler. And then we're just going to apply that. And see let's watch the temperature. 50, 49. This is free performance here. Free. 48, 47. Better latency, better FPS, just by changing your fan curve. 45. I mean, you just watch it drop before your eyes. It's crazy that just doing that can make that big a difference to your GPU temperatures and thereby latency and FPS. So if you get Afterburner for nothing else, get it for this custom fan curve. And as I say, set a point up here where 60 degrees centigrade matches 100% fan curve. Most of the time you'll be sitting between 40 and about 40 degrees while you're playing. And you won't really hear much. It won't be too loud because it's only loud at the moment. I mean, down to 42. We've dropped 10 degrees in like 2 minutes. Crazy. All right, save that. Make sure as well it's starting with Windows and minimized. Otherwise, you won't get the. You won't get this set up by default. The other thing I normally do is I put my power limit up to max. If I've got voltage control, I'll whack that up as well. But I haven't even turned on voltage control. So I put voltage control on. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. And then restart. Yeah, 49 degrees. That's good temperature. The people you have to test this on your own GPU because they all run at different temperatures. True. Find your idle temperature and low temperature and set your fan curve. Yeah, as I say, normally for me, 60 degrees centigrade is 100%. But I've only got a 28 Ti. If you're running a monster, then maybe 60s more. It doesn't need 100%. I don't know. It's up to you. Lower you can get it better. The only downside is you have to put up with louder fans if you want it lower. Okay, so Afterburner should have just been restarted. Well, we're down to 41. And then I can just whack core voltage up to 100% and just apply all that. So no overclocking at all. I'm not doing it. I used to overclock. I don't anymore because I benchmarked. I tried all different overclocks. Made zero difference to Fortnite. Zero. So you might as well not bother. If you're running other games that are more GPU bound, then certainly going to be worth looking at. But don't play with that unless you know what you're doing. Right, so that runs in the background. The other thing is RTSS, but I'm not sure I should even bother starting this right now because I need to get 7.35 installed. Oh yeah, that's the one I want. Download the final version. Yeah, that's downloading. Is that just, yeah, I don't want it open while I'm about to install a new one. Come on. Oh, already got it. Extract all. See that right click and going straight to that menu? Oh, so much nicer. Right, run that. That'll install 735. Right. Yep. Oh, is it going to make me restart? I think it's going to auto restart. Or is it? Was it just restarted? Don't know what that's just restarted. We can't really set up our RTSS though properly until we get Fortnite installed because I need to do a custom profile for it. Here we go. So I need to add a custom profile, so I can't really do much at this point. I turn that off, but some people say that that's better on. Up to you. Check your CPU percentage after doing that. But I'm going to need to set up a custom profile. So we're going to need Fortnite, I think. We're going to need Fortnite. How close are we to installing Fortnite in the guide? What did we do last? Come on, open up, please. Why isn't that opening? There we go. What did we just get up to? Dun 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 dun. We've done that, we've done that, we've done that, done that. FSC versus FSO. FSO now, people, is just as good as FSE ever was. So you literally don't need to do anything to turn on FSO. Just leave it. Default Windows. Okay, MSI custom fan speeds. We've covered that. Right, we're on to network optimizations. I think I'm going to download Fortnite now, to be honest with you, and then I can add that to the what's it. So I might need you to close your eyes, everybody, while I download Fortnite and log in. So everybody closing their eyes. Say what? No, I've just downloaded that twice. Just downloaded that twice. That one. Install. Exit, yeah, I need to do exit lag as well. We're not quite up to it. We're not quite up to network section yet. Network section is coming up though. You're hitting 75 degrees even under full fan load because of bad cooling. Have you tried redoing the thermal paste on it? I did mine ages ago. Ages ago. I'm really happy that bug's gone with Explorer that was throwing memory errors. Honestly, don't know how that's now disappeared. Annie, streaming away. What's up?
So we've got a teachers conference next week, all booked in.
Okay.
On Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay.
With the different teachers. Nice. I've sent you a message on.
Okay, I'll have a look at it in a minute. I need to hide the screen from these guys because I don't want them seeing my sign in. So they're all watching right now.
Okay.
So I'm going to hide the screen. Well, I'm hiding the screen, everybody. I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to log in. Video. I can still hear us and see me.
Yeah, I realise I don't just like you when it starts streaming.
Somebody's listening for the exact keystrokes right now. Right.
Do you want me to put anything in the oven?
No, thank you. Alright. You know what I'm going to do while that's also doing that? I'm going to go and get my processor Su code. My processor Su key. Please tell me I have this written down. But I don't, it's going to be a real pain to find it. Have I seriously not got this written down? Damn it, I think it's only in an email. Am I really going to have to look this up? I think I'm going to have to look this up. Might have to just do this later. All right. Back in the room. Okay. Logged into that. So I now need to download Fortnite quick. So I need to set my options before I do that. Don't need high resolution textures because I'm on 1080p, but I do need the pre-downloaded assets. I do have Save the World, but I rarely play it. And I'm going to download this DirectX 12 shaders because I do test DirectX 12 as well. So all of that downloading. In the meantime, I need to change a few things here. Run when my computer starts, no thank you. Can't remember what else I disable in here normally. Pretty much all of them. Definitely want to disable notifications. Can't remember if I do these two. Allow installs while editors are running. What editors? What? UAE editors? Don't even know what that means. Enable offline browsing mode. Don't really want to do that. Installs wise. I can't remember. Can't remember what I usually use for that one. All right, how's this doing, by the way? Oh, I've got to actually press install. That's clever. Right, how much is this going to be? How much is this going to cost me? 56 gigabytes. Maybe I should have done the network tweaks first. I don't need any of that nonsense. Isn't there a thing where I can turn off Do Not Disturb? Yep. Make sure that that's on. All right, that's going. My internet line's not too bad. It's interesting, it normally gives me 114 megabits per second, 113, so that's not too bad. Running at nearly a gigabit, so it shouldn't take too long. Shouldn't take too long. Right, what can we do in the meantime? Anything we can do in the meantime? I don't really want to do network stuff while this is running. I still want to find my key for processor Su. So I'm going to put you on hide a second again. Still want to find my key. Ask the guys what they think about that CPU because I don't run AMD. They'll reply to you. All right, back in a sec. Where have I put that? Sweet. Bit some. Need to find my license. There's this one. There's this one. Yeah, it cost me. Processor Su cost me £34 when I bought it back in 2020, and that's lifetime for household PCs. Totally worth it. Thank you for your patronage. Okay. I want to take that off. That's why. How do I change that? Graph components, licensee's name. Okay, we have Access Pro. That's going. Okay, what's the other one I want to do? I want to install Norton 360 for gamers, so that it fixes the bug with the CPU 5% CPU being taken up by real-time scanning with Windows Defender. So I need to install that as well. Norton 360 for gamers. Yeah, sorry, you're not watching while I'm logging in. I'll put it back on again since I've logged into everything. Yep, that. Need to log into this page. My account, sign in. Yeah, continue with Google. Should be right. That one. That. Come on. It's fine. I don't know why it's doing that. Why is it doing that? It's fine. Come on. My subs. Download. Agree and download. Okay, it's downloading. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. Wait. Why is it 4 megs? Oh, it's because the other thing's using up all the bandwidth. It's taking longer than usually. It's going to make me log in again as soon as I open this, which is why I haven't jumped back yet to you guys. As soon as I've logged in, I'll jump back on. Installing 300 megabytes. Come on, come on, come on. Please wait. I don't want to join the Norton community. No, maybe later. Did you know phishing scams are not good? They will prompt you to enter your usernames and then tell you your password. Come on, Norton, hurry up. Sudapesh. So Fortnite's on 43% by the way right now. And my Norton's nearly finished installing. Come on, come on, come on. As soon as it's finished, I'll jump back on screen. The issue is socket support, what, for the 14700K? What, on your motherboard? Communicating with the Norton server. Activating. Okay, Fortnite's on 50%. Norton's still thinking about it. This device is protected. Setup features. Come on. You can do it. I don't want to do cloud backup. I don't want a VPN. Do want that though. Want my Norton password manager. Wait, is that an app or is it plugin? No, it's just a plugin. Add extensions. Hang on, Zyra, I'll read up in a second. Right, I've got to sign in quickly. Trying to sign in as quick as I can here. What? Next. Wait, I don't think I want this. I've got to verify on my flipping phone. Come on, quicker. Yes, it is me. Ooh, I've just got a reply from Scuff Gaming. I'm not sure I want to read that live on air because I might get very angry. Sorry, we can't help you. You're on your own. Right. I'm just putting in my Norton password manager now. Finish. Do that later. Okay, got that going, I think. That one next. Done. I'll do this later. Right. Does it say anything? Okay, I think we're good on this. All right, I can put you back on. Sorry, guys. All right, we've got Norton back on. What should we run? We'll run a quick live update. Get that going. It doesn't really add additional processes that I've seen compared to Defender. It really doesn't make much difference. And as I say, it fixes that 5%, 5 to 10% CPU overhead that Defender has by default. Sorry, I'm going to read out of Zyro's message. Where was Zyro's message? Oh my God. How far up have you got? Anyone have any idea if I should leave real-time memory timings enabled or disabling it? I did some research. It said it's better off, but I'm not sure if it's safe to disable. Real-time memory timings. I don't even know what that is. You're talking about... I don't even know what that is. I've got to restart this, but I don't really want to restart until that's finished downloading. Otherwise, that's going to cut off. Nearly there. Decent throughput. Right, let's see what Scuff says. Oh my God. Yes, I know it's out of warranty. Yep, fine. If you continue the repair process. No, I'm happy. I think Paul said it was £70 to do a repair out of warranty. But if I get a brand new controller for 70 quid, something that cost 250 quid to begin with, and I've used it for how many years? 2 years? How long have I been using the Scuff Reflex? A year? 2? Been a while. Maybe 2. All right. So they're going to send me a PayPal link, which doesn't sound dodgy at all. And then I can pay for... There we go. What? Paul said it was 70 quid. £15.98. All right, I'm paying that. £15.98 for a brand new controller. Maybe they got the part in and they don't get a new controller. £15.98. Still got to ship it to them, I suppose. I don't know. Maybe that includes shipping. Maybe that's just extending the warranty on it. Maybe. Mesley. All right, we got Fortnite installed. Cool. And I need to reboot because Norton just updated. So I'll be right back. Zyro, are you talking about AI overclocking your CPU? Is that what you're talking about? Because I know the Asus boards, the top of the range ones, have AI overclocking for CPUs, and they to get better performance with it on. But I don't know what the other thing is. Right, where are we at? we've got that running. We've got pro version of this going now. Might do a quick scan just to get it out of the way. Sometimes it's usually quite quick, so just do a quick scan. I'll do it. The other thing I'm going to do live on air, I'm going to do a quick scan of this as well. My scripts. I'm going to do a quick scan of this, just so you guys can see there's no viruses in it. Because I don't want viruses on my computer either. And some of the stuff in here I didn't write. So for example, I didn't write that interrupt checker by Melody. So I want to make sure that it doesn't have a virus in. Okay, so that's finished. So yeah, it's important to me that this doesn't have viruses either. So if I right click and do a Norton 360 for gamers and then scan now, no viruses. So it's important for me as much as it is for you guys that there are no viruses in these packs. What else we've got? Software updater. I don't want to auto update. Is there anything that needs updating? Cool. Game optimization is on. What do we got? I'm going to want to add Fortnite to this. So C, program files, Epic Games, Fortnite game, binaries, Win64. Find it in the list. Should be the one on the right. Be that one. Yep. Okay, that. I'm going to add that to optimize games. Real-time protection's on. Notification up. I think that real-time protection is the thing that doesn't interfere with the game when it's playing and doesn't take away your CPU. I've never tried that one. Restrict resource usage for system processes. I've never tried that one. I don't need the power plan changed. I like the ultimate power plan. Thank you. All right, so what was the other thing we were going to do? We were going to set, well, let's go back to home. How do we go home? Hello? Hello, Norton. Are you being, what's going on? Thank you. Something being pro-balanced there. Yeah, Norton was being pro-balanced. Look, that's why it got funny. It's being pro-balanced right there. Anything else we can disable we've got up to this point? That's efficiency. That's efficiency. I'm going to have that as efficiency mode as well. Anything else we want to basically put in efficiency mode? Google crash handlers. We're going to play with that and clean that up, I think, afterwards. All right, that looks fine. So what's that as well? That can go in efficiency mode too. All right, happy with all that. Yeah, I don't know why this was getting stuck. Anything else we need to turn on here? I do not think so. All right, let's leave that running. What was next? Networking stuff was next, wasn't it? Networking stuff. So let's go back to my guide. Why has that gone twice there? Don't need to do that. Networking. All right, so do some testing. Don't need to do testing. Start from a clean slate. Well, we've just installed Windows. Get the latest drivers for your network adapter card. Again, that screenshot is super blurry. I need a new one of them. DNS optimization. I probably should have written down the ones I had earlier. Damn it. I only did this the other day. And it's the creating the custom list that takes the long time. It takes like 37 minutes, I think it was. I'm going to do that at the end. I'm going to do that at the end. I'm not going to do DNS right now. I want to optimize first, then do DNS at the end. So what have we got in terms of here? So that will run some basic networking tweaks. That'll do half of TCP Optimizer for you. Bit of a jump start. Again, what's it complaining? Oh, it's because it's trying to do it on a network card that I've disabled. Okay. All right, that's done. What can we do in here? Because that one's disabled, so it didn't like that. So we're going to take off file print sharing. We don't need that. IPv6 should already be off. You can do that one, but I typically leave it because it's got other things hooked into it. So I'm just going to apply that and go back in again. We're going to do the DNS servers towards the end after we've tweaked it a bit. In the meantime, I'm going to disable NetBIOS and I'm going to disable LM host lookup. Okay, those. We are going to do the DNS stuff after. Okay, that, go back in again, otherwise it's going to complain you haven't saved it. Right, configure. So, power management, we want to turn off any power saving. We want to disable any offloads, basically, except checksum offloads. But I'm going to disable those as well because I've got spare CPU and my CPU is really fast, so I'm going to disable checksum offloads too. Right, energy efficient, disable. Flow control, disable. Interrupt moderation. I normally have that enabled. I've tested all of these, whether disabled or enabled for interrupt moderation. I find adaptive is actually pretty good. So I'll just leave it on adaptive. I'm going to disable checksum offloads, as I said, because my CPU's really got spare bandwidth, so it can do this processing, which will be faster than the network card doing it. Jumbo packets disabled, large send offload, all these disabled. Again, if I'm going too fast, go and look at my guide, the screenshots, everything else. 8 queues for that. NS offloads disabled. Receive buffers. I normally do 1024 on this one and 4086 on that one. RSS you want on, RSC you want on. Speed and duplex, that's fine, auto negotiate. These, again, check some offloads, take them off. Wait for link, auto detects. Let's just leave that one. Wake ones we can all turn off. Wake. I really want to crack on through this, otherwise I'm going to be sitting here all night. Wake on ping. Alright, I think that's everything there. Restart the network. Gaming PC, let's go back into network tweaks. Let's go and get TCP optimizer quick. Agree, download that. Should have done that there. Run as administrator. Let's go and finish off the other bits we need to do. I need to load up my guide on what the settings are. I usually forget. TCP optimizer. Make that page width. Right, so that's what we're aiming at. So people keep saying, oh, it's TCP and your game runs UDP. What's the point? Well, the point is that some TCP settings affect UDP. That's the point. Right. 64, disabled, enabled, disabled, normal, disabled, CTTPC, enabled. As I say, my script does a load of these for you. So it just saves you a bit of time. Then we want 10 here, 10 here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 disabled, 2300. We want 0, just default that. 10 and 10, they're important. 10 and 10. Tested those the other day. You get stuttering if you set that to 0 or off. Don't do it. Don't care what other tweakers tell you to do. Don't do it. I've tested it. In front of everybody. Right. Done. I don't want to reboot right now. Right, what else have I just missed? What else have I just skipped over super fast? We did that. We still need to do the DNS stuff. Yeah, still need to do the DNS stuff. And still need to do exit lag as well. Buffer bloat is for your router. Exit lag, I'm going to go and grab that in a second. Yeah, okay. Reboot, exit lag, or should I do exit lag? No, I'll reboot, then do exit lag. hours of streaming so far. Not quick. Okay, so we've done that. I want to run the DNS thing, and then I want to run. So we downloaded the DNS thing, didn't we? Downloads. Where are we right now for latency? I'm just curious. And processes. 85-ish. We're running all of that lot. 85-ish. We need to do some cleaning up at the end with the kind of Clean Manager Plus and things. I'll probably run Advanced System Care again at the end as well. Where are we with latency? Well, no, just curious. 1.4-ish, 0.48-ish. Not too bad. Not too bad. I reckon I can get that down to 1.3-ish. Well, high 1.3s. And maybe 0.47 for the DPC. I mean, we're nearly at 1.39 now. That might come down if I leave that for a little bit, but we've got stuff to do. We need to get on. Stuff to do. You want to have a look at the event log, didn't you? Because you had weird stuff in there, you said. I might run that audit policy thing again at some point. Set up device manager. I mean, who knows what that is? I don't know. Don't know what that is. Couple of warnings. WMI. Net logons. Don't see any issues here. Yeah, I don't care if it's trying to join a domain. The system cannot find the file specified. Well, what file? How vague would you like to be? Yeah, a brokerage thing. Trying to set up devices, but it might be a device that I've disabled that something's looking for it, so I don't know. Nothing crazy. Anyway, we need to crack on. DNS. I want to run a DNS check. It should take a couple of minutes. Downloads. DNS bench. And then wait for that to stop spinning, and then we can run it. Have some meta tagging errors. Metadata thing, yeah. Come on, hurry up. Click. Okay, it's gone click. Right, name servers. So I'm just going to have to basically run the default ones. I can't create a custom list, unfortunately. I'm just going to have to install run the default ones, and let some of them it can't even find. So I'm going to remove the dead ones. Family Shield. See, I want to run the. Where's my guide? I want to add a few to the list. So I really do want custom ones, but I can't remember what they were now. Gaming PC. Wait, not you. You. So what do I normally run here? I normally run the family-friendly thingy ones, don't I? I normally run these Family Shield ones. Let's make sure these are on here. So add. Wait, what? What can I add? Is that it? Did I just add that? Might have done. Don't know. Might have worked. Might have not worked. Wait. Has it added those? I don't know. I'm just going to run the benchmark quick. So at the moment, you can see it's adding my router, the local network name server. So what's happening by default is your computer's going to your router, and then your router is then asking the internet service provider for a DNS server to use. and it's typically one of their own really slow, rubbishy ones. So every time you want to do a translation between a website address or a server address or whatever to an IP address, you have to go from your computer to the router to the ISP's DNS server. And it's much quicker if you, from your computer, just go straight to the fastest DNS server available. They're the open DNS ones at the top there. I think they're already in the list, which is why it wouldn't let me do them. I'd be interested to see what the order is though. Those Family Shield ones are normally the fastest ones. Nobody uses them because nobody wants to use Family Shield. If you want to look at something you shouldn't be looking at, then just change your DNS servers to Google's one or something. But the Family Shield ones are good if you don't care about that on the computer you're looking at. When I'm testing my sleep, how much should I going up and down? I don't really want to make a dad joke about going up and down to bed, to the staircase, but you want to be finding something that says average 1 dot and then 100, about 100. You don't want it saying 1 dot and then in the thousands. Actually, yeah, it is testing Google on there. Look, there's 8 dot, down the bottom, there's 8.8.8, 8.8.4.4. So Google's in that list. Cloudflare's in that list. Look, 1.0.0.1, and there should be all ones as well, yeah. Then you've got the 9.9.9.9. That's a relatively new one, I think. But you can see which ones are going to be the fastest. There we go, done. Right, done. So you don't want anything in this column with a red in it. So if there's something up the top here with a red, you don't want it. So all I want to do right now is I want to copy the name server's IP address, and I want to go into networking. What's the easiest way to get to that? Desktop, that, network, and then go to network connections. Right, click properties. Now I want to do a TCP/IP34, and I want to stick in here DNS, add. So that's the top one. And then I'm going to go and do the second from top one. I'm going to do that one. Copy name server IP. Put it into here. There we go. We've got 2 DNS servers. The fastest one's on top. I'm going to OK that, OK that, OK that. And then it should show up as 2 black boxes at the top. You can use more than 2, but I typically just find 2 is fine. All right, so they're the 2 fastest. That's done. I'm going to now go and get exit lag. So again, I think I'm going to have to log into exit lag. So I might have to hide my screen. The pro's choice, apparently. I am a pro after all, just not in Fortnite. All right. So I just do annual with my one, but I can log in, and I'm going to hide my screen for a sec. You guys can't see what I'm doing. There we go. Thinking about it. When does my plan run out? That's a good question. It says active, but it doesn't say when it runs out. We'll find out in a minute. Account confirmed. Download exit lag. Now, do I download the beta or shall I stick with the original? Quite like plan. No, I don't like that. I'm going to stay with the beta. The beta. I'm going to stay with the non-beta, I think. Sorry, I've got to download it, and then I've got to log in again once it's downloaded. Install. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Would you like to restart now? Apparently I'm restarting now. Back in a sec. Five. I'm back, but I still need to log into exit lag. So come on. There's that. Somebody at the door. Jake, can you get mummy, please? Right, got to type in. Nope, not I. No, nowhere near. Might be that guy trying to sell stuff again. Right. Sorry guys, I've logged in. You see, actually that live stream has been sped up. Yeah, we're logging in. Yeah, that's better. That's a lower thingy. Switch. Yeah. Hang on. Gives you an average of 0.2. You want the lowest average possible. Right. So what are we doing? We need to add Fortnite. We need to add that quick. Oh, Europe's fine. I actually like a couple of extra TCP routes with my breakfast. So I've got 4 connections going on. Again, I've got loads of bandwidth, so why not? Apply routes, that's fine. And then I go tools. Oh, hang on, what have we got here? I don't want to start it with Windows. High DPI is fine. High accuracy, right, I normally choose that last one for that. Real-time optimizations never do that. Smart optimizations only scans Europe instead of the entire world when I start. I don't want IPv6. So wait, is it really? It shouldn't be. You should find the lowest number that you can find that it suddenly goes from all 1.5s down to pretty much all 1.0s. And normally that is the then lowest, and then it starts creeping up after that. Allow dual routes, that's the important one there. Don't want that one, don't want that one. Okay, I think that's all right. Now, FPS boost. I swear this lowers latency a bit, but I do not know what this is doing. Define maximum processing priority for games. Don't know. Define minimum processing priority for system services. I don't know. But I usually run them and it's fine. Disable core parking. Sometimes when I enable that, it actually messes up here. It does basically the opposite, but maybe that's fixed now. I try and do the disable NTFS last access update, but it never sticks. Don't disable Windows performance counters if you're running anything like stats overlays to find stats. So I need to leave that. I found that Superfetch was actually better performance for Fortnite. I do disable Windows Search, but I'm already doing that anyway. And then that gives you the option of putting another ultimate power plan on. So I don't bother with that one either because I'm already running that one. But I'm going to need to restart to get these kicked in. Nothing else I think I need to do in any of these ones. So I'm going to need to restart again. I know. A lot of restarting. Should we see what the latency is before I restart and then have a quick look afterwards? Where are we at right now? Where it lowers it a little bit. Like I'm 1.35 right now. 1.36, 0.46. Whatever I just did, I don't know. But it seems to have, well, look, 1.36. You're seeing this all live here. I'm not cheating. Oh. Right, where are we at? Where are we at? We don't need the installation files anymore. We've already installed it. I might do that for that, and then bin that. That can go in the bin. I don't need that. These are starting with that, aren't they? I must do RTSS after this. I don't need. Well, let's leave these for now because it will remind me I need to do it again. Epic Games Launcher, I'm going to have that part of that. Fortnite, I don't need to launch direct. I normally do from this. Okay. How are we doing? So we're up to 90 at the moment. I swear that's going to come down to 85 in a minute. We know a little bit. Threads are normally about 1200 if I leave that to settle. Have you ever been to the States? Yes, I've spent a lot of time around the Boston area. I've been to Florida and done all the family stuff with all the Disneyland and things. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in Boston area, working and drinking with the workmates. Love Boston area. Where are we at with the latency? At 1.34 there, 1.35. This is better than I had it before I rebuilt this. Before I get too distracted. That's pretty good. When I test my timer, how much should it be going up and down? The average is the important thing. And Amit suggests that you test it with a load, with the system loaded. But the problem with that is the load can go up and down during the test. So I prefer doing it with no load at all because it's a more steady load. And it doesn't really make much difference if you load it or not, I found. All right, that's looking really good. Happy with that. Given where we started, we're now down to 1.3s and we're down to 0.47s. So way better than where we started. Even though processes could come down a little bit. Well, we'll do some cleaning up at the end. Okay, what's next? Wait, that was something I needed to do. I needed to go back and do something. Well, we did the DNS servers. There's something we needed to go back and do. Can't remember now. Maybe. Network, TCP optimizer. Reduce buffer blow, exit lag, router. Right, sound optimization. Don't need to do until I've plugged in my controller. Let's plug in my controller and we're going to need to, I'm not going to overclock it because this is an Astro because all my scuffs are broken. So I'm not overclocking. There's no point on an Astro. Oh, I clean this area. It's harder to move things around now. Right, plug that scroll thing in. Plug this in. So I do, if you've got a controller, I do all your latency testings with it not plugged in, because it can add latency with all those DPC requests running in the background, even when you're not touching it. So, all right. Yeah, so sound optimization. So I've just plugged in the Astro. Yeah. So I'm going to need to do sound stuff. How do I get to sound stuff? This one. Okay. So I need to make sure that that Astro C40 isn't doing any speakers or mics. So I'm going to disable that, and I'm going to disable that. There we go. So you guys should be back now. You can hear me, because the C40, when you plug in your controller, it becomes the blooming default for your input and output audio. It's just crazy. Crazy, I tell you. I don't need to overclock. Finding the fastest ports. I've already done that, so I know all that. I need to move that computer away from me. RTSS. Keep forgetting. Right, let's set up RTSS. So we're going to add a new profile, and we're going to go, C drive. We're going to go program files, Epic Games, Fortnite game, binaries, Win64, that one. So we've got the new profile. We're going to make sure that the settings are correct for that. Excuse me. That looks all fine. You know what I'm also going to do? I'm going to put on my overlay editor and add it. Import. An import, did I put it on my D drive or did I just load? I think I put it on my D drive, didn't I? RTSS? Sure, I did a RTSS folder, documents RTSS. Didn't I do that? Yay! Okay, got my little overlay going. With the cores. Hopefully that's working. I think it's working. Oh, that's good. I like my little layout for my overlay for games. That's available on my Discord if you want that. You can go and grab a copy and add it. Forgotten it. Stealth mode on, that one on. Right, so we're going to go with frame rate limit 240, but then we're going to change that convert that into a frame time. So it prioritizes the frame time. Frame rate buffer, I need to make sure that we're running the correct Unispace 14 points. Whoa, hello. No zoom. Bottom left. Where I normally put it. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't think it's done automatically, or is that? Oh, maybe it's that one. And showing statistics doesn't need to be on because we put that overlay. I think that's it. Right, okay, that's set up. So, should we do some launching of Fortnite, setting that up, and then we'll do some cleanup? That is the plan. So let's do some launching of Fortnite and then some cleanup. Yeah, listen to Sambo. Yeah, often you don't need to fine tune it like that, but yeah, use the 1000 script if you're going to run those ones to 4 decimal places. Launch. Got my little overlay. Why is it appearing there? I thought I put it bottom left. Sure, I put it bottom left. Did put it bottom left. Why is it putting top left? Why is... Okay, that's being weird. Maybe it will swap in a minute. Okay, now it's bottom left. Look. What was that about? Oh, look at those red cores. Oh! No, this is spreading the load. 100% CPU right now on all cores. Would you like to find the optimum settings? Sure, why not? Got my little thing down there. No, skip. Right, let's set this bad boy up. Right, so we start full screen, native resolution, VSync off, frame rate limiter, we're limiting in RTSS, so we put that unlimited. We're going to leave DirectX 12 for now, we're going to set everything up and then we can come back and change the performance mode at the end. Graphics qualities, we're going to go with preset low. That'll do three hidden settings actually in the config file, so start with presets. Off for anti-aliasing, drag that one to the right. Bottom like that. Leave all that, leave all that, leave all that. Bung your textures up by 1 or 2, depending on what kind of God PC you've got. Latency markers I don't need on this system, but I use when I measure my latency. Or do I? Or do I? No. I don't think we need that. And then that's that. Well, that. Keep changes. Next tab is the third one. We scroll down the bottom and turn the energy things off. Anything else got reset? NVIDIA highlights is off, peripheral lighting is off, that's important. I think we're good to go. Now, and only now, we can change to performance mode. Like that will ask you to restart. Hi Plov, what's your question? If I send a script for autocontroller overclock, would you be able to test it out? Autocontroller overclock? No, because that sounds far too blind to me. You're talking about a controller, most of which you can set the polling rate, but it doesn't necessarily mean you've actually overclocked it. And you need to actually verify manually that it's worked. Otherwise, all you're doing is creating DPC overhead and putting your CPU up higher. So no, I don't think it can be automated. Anyone's automating that, then they're checking it's properly working. You have to do loads of things to check that it's working properly. So you have to make, the only controllers that can typically be overclocked are PlayStation ones. And PlayStation ones you can't test the response time on because they're not X input. So you have to convert it to X input by installing DS for Windows, then emulating as an Xbox controller, then you can test the response times. And then once you've worked out that, you can then change the polling rate and test from 250, 500, 1000. Don't go higher than 1000. And then you see when you get under 1 millisecond. And you don't set it to a higher value than you need to get under 1 millisecond. Then you have to uninstall DS for Windows to take off the emulator stuff. So there's a lot of things you have to do that you just cannot automate. You can't do it. Do you want to test if it actually works? I'm telling you, it's impossible that it does Xbox emulation and everything. Are you emulating an Xbox controller with it to then test with that? If you're not testing with X input test, you're not testing. I've got an Astro right now connected to this, which is an Xbox type. So that is using X input already. So I can show you what it's meant to look like. Hang on, games, X input test, right? So it's meant to look like this. If you're not testing with that to see what your actual response times are, then overclocking is irrelevant. You're just blindly doing it in the dark. And if you aren't doing this, as I say, it's just causing more problems than you have. So if you're not running the X input test as samples to see what your response times are, then it's irrelevant what you're doing in HID USBF. Completely irrelevant. There's no point in setting them unless you're actively testing it. And as I say, you need to emulate with DS for Windows to do that. You can't script that. No, I'm not going near that script, sorry. No way. All the people on, like for example, all the people on YouTube that are saying that the Scuff Envision can overclock to 1,000 polling rate. Yeah, you're setting the polling rate on the USB port. You're not setting the polling rate on the actual Envision because that polling rate cannot be changed. So all you're doing is creating tons and tons of interrupts from that USB port to your CPU. And you think you've overclocked it, and you haven't. I don't know, it just drives me nuts what people on YouTube are telling people to do for overclocking controllers, because it's completely wrong. They're not testing. Right, anyway, pet peeves over. Where are we? So we've set up Fortnite now. We've got our lovely little overlay. Look, that's mine. I created that. You can see all the little cores. Look, core 1, core 2, well, CPU 0, CPU 1, CPU 2. These little blue bars, when they turn red, that's when you're getting bottlenecks on your cores. I've set all this up to be really nice. I love it. Right. So what else are we doing? That's Fortnite done. What did we have after? We need to do some cleanups. Let's do some cleanups. If you don't have a controller, why are you even interested in it? It's weird. I'm advising some of the best controller players on the planet for Fortnite on how to set up their overclocks and test it. So I need to be very, very sure it's working. And in order for me to be sure, I have to go through all the manual steps to do it. I'm not going to use a script and say, yes, it's working, because it won't be. I'm not telling Ship to do that. I'm not telling Rapper to do that. No, not a chance, mate. Sorry. Right, okay. Okie dokie. What are we doing? We're doing cleanups. Let's do some cleanups. So, Windows, clean and optimize. So let's start with auto runs. Let's go and get that. This is a Microsoft application that will check what your start things are, what services are running, and things like that. Very, very powerful tool. Do not mess around with this if you don't know what you're doing or following my guide. Auto run 64. Run as administrator, agreed. Can I put this into light mode? It's easier to see in light mode. Right. So, first of all, look for anything in yellow that isn't being picked up. That's CPU Z, file not found. That can go. Adobe Type Manager, file not found. That can go. Wait, did that not just delete? Okay. Do not do these unknown DNLs though, because they are there if you actually look for them. I don't know why it's doing those ones. Did that not? Yeah, okay, fine. That one as well sometimes comes on, sometimes comes off, but I'm going to take it off for now because it can't find the file. Alright, so that's step one. Step two is going to have a look at what's going on for your login. I don't want anything really going on for my login. Thank you. I'll leave the command.exe. Scheduled tasks. Again, file not found, but we've already deleted that, so it's going to balk. If you're running CC Cleaner, be very careful in here because there's a scheduled task to report crashes that alt tabs your game, and it does it once a day at a set time. So if you're running CC Cleaner, you need to go in here and you need to untick it. It's one of the reasons why, even though I own the Pro version for the license key for CC Cleaner, I do not use it anymore. That drives me nuts. What else we got? Any services we want to turn off. I can probably just leave those all running actually. There's a print thing, I normally turn that off. I don't see anything printing there. So I think that's all right. Okay, so we can leave all that. Generally speaking, only untick things in there, do not delete them. Right, next cleanup thing. We do need to run a file system check, but I want to run Clean Manager first. And we'll probably run the other things as well. I don't think I want to run the Wise Registry Cleaner thing because my latency is so incredibly low right now. It's lower than when I ran this before. No, I think I might not run that one. Clean Manager, we're going to get that though. Download now. No, thank you. What time is it? It's 6:30. Spent the entire day doing this. Extract all. Right, run it as administrator. Alright, so what do we want? We want select all, but we don't want some of them. We don't want the compression one, we want all the other ones, that's fine. And then more, select only things that are installed. Okay, and I also don't want to get rid of Windows downloads. Is it Windows downloads or is it? Yeah, I deselect the Windows downloads because I want to keep the downloads directory. Everything else, probably good to go. I normally have about 40. I think I probably add these as well, but they're obviously not being used, so I'm just going to leave them. So we're going to clean up, look, a gigabyte of storage here. Gigabyte of storage. That'll clean out your Windows logs as well. Nice clean logs. Might rerun the audit poll again, just in case something we've installed is going to be filling that up. Might rerun that command again. First couple of games on as well, they're going to have shader cache creation, so they're going to be a little bit stuttery. After that, all good to go. So we've just gained a gigabyte. Nice. That's all cleaned out. Anything else we want to run? I don't think I want to run the right Wise Registry Cleaner. I might rerun these. Anything else we want to run? Games, CPU, no, I don't think so. Okay, let's rerun these again, just to clean up a bit. See, make sure there's nothing I need to clean out. Come on. We can ignore all those because we've deliberately stopped them. Clean up 15 devices. Done. All right, I think I'm going to rerun this one, and then I'm going to run the file system cleanup. Allow those. Scan that. I'm not going to do auto fix. We'll wait to see what it finds, and then we'll choose what we fix. 16 system updates. What's it finding? So it still thinks we can disable a few services. Automatically close that. Avoid unnecessary reads. Accelerate the display of taskbar thumbnails. Display autoplay for removable devices. Optimize the refresh strategy. Speed up menu. Okay. Yeah, the cleanup thing is what they just ran. The Clean Manager Plus and Advanced System Care. And also we'll run the file system checker in a minute as well. So I want to make sure we've cleaned everything, we're up to date with everything. Fix them. Finish that. Close that. Wait, one thing I want to check. Nothing other than the protect thing is on, is it? Homepage advisor and care. These are all off. I don't want anything runtime live going. That's fine. Right, I'm going to run my cleanup, my file system check script. It's not really mine, it's more Microsoft. All right, check Windows file system, run as administrator. Run that. What have we forgotten to do? I think we're pretty much at the end here. We're pretty much at the end. What have I forgotten to do? Oh, I might do that. Oh, damn, I think I've forgotten how to do that now. Oh, have I not saved that file? No, I did save that file. It's boot menu names. So one of the things I normally do is, at the moment when I boot up, it just says Windows 11 for the new one I installed. So I want to rename that to what I normally name it. As that. Component, see, it's already found a component store that's repairable, and that will restore it. And then I want to get that order correct. So now should be everything in the right order. Useful that. Right, okay, it's called main now. It's not called Windows 11 anymore. That's good. All looks good to me. Let's have a look at the memory management to make sure that that's all the ones we want. Yep, true, false, that one, that one, that one. Oh, that's fine. That's all fine. And then we'll reboot, and then I think we're done. I think we're done. And we're going to get some dinner, and then we'll play some Fortnite this evening. How many hours have I been streaming for? That doesn't include Windows install. 4 hours of configuring after you install Windows. And it doesn't include all the BIOS stuff. You're still here. Guys need to go out and touch some grass. Oh, I need to do that scuff stuff, don't I? ASAP on the scuff stuff. Nope. You're at 26,000 channel points already. I need to set up some rewards or something for those. So sorry about that. I still need to do that. Bill sent me a link on how to set it all up, but it looked rather confusing. So we need to think up some rewards for that. Try and find out what other people are doing for rewards. Huge viewer engagement. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do that, don't I? When I get a spare millisecond, things aren't breaking on me. It's really weird that that error disappeared. That Explorer error. Still finding that odd. It just disappeared. It was just after I redid the chipset drivers. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind installing the app that turns off my LEDs on my fans, because I like not running LEDs on my fans, especially my memory. I don't know. Anyway, question above, mate, as it doesn't say in Discord what to do. For what? Sorry, did I miss your question? Wait, what? Did I miss your question, Mike? What was your question, Mike? You usually turn off hardware accelerator hags in Windows and Discord. Seems the latency is just a whole level of emergency. What do you usually do? I usually turn off hardware acceleration GPU in Windows and Discord. Oh, okay, for setting up Discord. Yeah, I normally turn off hardware acceleration in Discord. Not in Windows though. For Discord, there's a couple of things you can do for Discord to reduce the overhead for it. It's like got some developer debug logs on by default, game overlays by default. Actually, I do. That's one of the things I need to do. I need to install Discord, don't I? I do need to install Discord. It's just above your other comment. I've only got one comment there. I've got Cry saying huge viewer engagement, and then you say question above, mate, as it doesn't say in Discord what to do. Don't have another comment, Mike. Yeah, I don't stream in Discord. But yeah, I suspect it would do. All right, so fix the component store. Excellent. You guys should be running this script, I'd say once a month minimum. I run this script once a week. Just checks your file system and your Windows system, and any problems it finds, it just automatically fixed. It can run for 4 minutes, it can run for 40 minutes, but that seems a bit random. But it's definitely worth running often. Okay, just added that new overlay in RTSS, but it's showing both of them. How do I turn off the old one? Both of them? How have you managed to run both of them? I didn't think it could do that. How have you done that, Mike? So you double click that, set up. You sure you haven't accidentally set it on global as well? This is per setup per profile. You sure you haven't set it up on global as well accidentally? Sure. So setup, plugins, overlay editor. It should just be there. Oh, it's interesting. Let you see my cores now. There should only be one running. The only way I can think of is multiple were running is if you've also done it in here, plugins, overlay editor. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know actually. I don't know whether that is let's fix some file system, corrupt file system stuff as well. So always worth running this. You're running 2. I don't see how you've done that. If you actually go into the plugins, you sure double click and it doesn't have something else down the bottom down here? Are you sure? I wouldn't even know how to begin to do 2. Normally you just load another one or import 1, you don't import 2. I don't know, Mike. It should just show you what, whenever you go into this, go into this overlay thing, when you double click it, that should be what you see. Shouldn't be multiple ones. Well, auto runs be in the next guide with some basic stuff to change. I swear auto runs used to be in the guide. Did I take it out? Might have taken it out because it is a ridiculously powerful tool, and if you start deleting stuff that you shouldn't be deleting, you can completely hose your computer. So I might have just taken it out because I was worried about people doing stuff that they shouldn't have been doing in there. So that's run. So let's reboot. I think we're done. Unless I've forgotten something silly. No! It was fine until we did the file system check. No, it's back. We didn't have it at all until then. Oh my goodness me. It's a Windows package that's doing it. No. No, 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 no. I'm getting this on every single one of my installs as well. It's not like I don't know, I've installed something weird on one of them. I'm getting it on all of them. But why has it only just done it now? Ever since I installed that IQ software. Oh, I need to get rid of Game Bar Presence Writer still, don't I? Oh no. 95 processes. We're a bit high. What have I got running that I shouldn't be running? Normally about 85. Leave it for a minute, see if it comes down a little bit. Normally that in the 40s, low 40s, and then this in the low 40s. What extra is running? What is that? Web threat defense. Oh, I'm not happy about that. What's running right now? Oh, you know what we didn't do? We're still running in performance mode, and we still haven't set it per process basis. So I need to start Fortnite up. Oh, I'm really upset about that. That's gone up a little bit as well. That's gone up like 0.5. That's still nice and low, 0.47. Process latency's gone up a little bit. That was in the 1.3s more. Well, so that it is coming down. Can you guys stop talking about custom OSs? I'm not interested at all. If you want to chat about custom OSs, take it somewhere else. Only interested in what you get when you buy a new computer, which is Windows 11 Home typically. That's who I'm aiming at, to help people that have that, not custom OSs, which just cause problems. So, no thank you, please take it away. All right, still not too bad there, but yeah. So we need to start Fortnite up, and we need to make sure Game Bar Presence Writer's not running, because we need to disable that. Is there anything else? Security we need to disable? Don't think so. Real-time stuff's been sorted with the antivirus. Yeah, I'll try another reboot in a sec. I just want to add to processor so Fortnite as to induce performance mode, and I also want to check Game Bar Presence running. If it is, I'll add a rule to delete it automatically. Right, do we have Game Bar Presence Writer? In the input service, Google Crash Handlers. Okay, that's Fortnite. So we're going to add that to Induce Performance Mode. It's already selected, and we're going to exclude it from Pro Balance. You know what I might also do is I might do exclude from Smart Trim as well. Fortnite, just in case it has any memory issues, let Fortnite manage its own memory. Don't see Game Bar though. No, I think we're good on that. I think uninstalling the Xbox Game Bar gets rid of Game Bar Presence Writer. Right. I might jump into creative quickly. Just want to watch my little stat bar down there while I'm in creative. Sounds a bit tinny. That's a bit better. Yeah, it sounds a bit tinny. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I do need to enable some of those audio things that I've disabled. Right, so what we want to keep an eye on, we want to keep an eye on the FPS, the frame time, and we want to keep an eye on those little blue bars down there that some of them are turning orange and yellow. I want to make sure we're not getting any red. Jump around a bit. Ooh, yeah, like that. Building the shader cache. I haven't got edit enabled, so I can't do any editing because I'm in zero build binds. Yeah. See what I mean about how it kind of just uses two, it like selects two CPU cores and kind of deploys on that. Yesterday it was using the 4th and 5th ones. Today it looks like it's using the 6th and 7th ones, which is annoying because I've put my USB device on my on my 7th one. So maybe I need to go and change that now to get better response times, because I don't really want it competing with those two. As I say, if I was on DX12, it would be spreading those core loads much better down the bottom. But performance mode, it seems to just be kind of hard loading 2 of them. TNS sync policies on enhanced. But my cooling's not too bad. My CPU's only in the low 40s since I changed my thermal paste earlier today. That's not too bad. Should I be changing my... it seems to rotate which cores it's using. Where should I put my USB device based on that? Because at the moment, my USB device is kind of on one of the busiest cores. But if Fortnite's going to move it around all the time, then this is whack-a-mole, isn't it? I don't know. I put it on the last one, maybe? Unlikely to be on the last one. Where do I want to put that? Where do I want to put it, do you think? Seems very smooth right now. My sim to render latency is about 2. My frame time is rock solid. My FPS is rock solid. I could stick that on 360 FPS right now and it'd still be rock solid in creative. In creative it is just... Yeah, I'm debating what to do with my USB. Should I put it on the last one? Should I put it on the 5th one? My GPU one is the 3rd one, so that's hardly being utilised at all for the interrupts. GPU interrupts, so that's fine. Core 0's not overloaded, so we don't need to worry about that. It's that penultimate one I'm worried about. But then if it changes tomorrow, then, as I say, what are you going to do? I'm not going to change it per day. Okay, the best custom OS is called Windows 11, made by Microsoft. Then just tune it. That's the best custom OS. Anyone doing anything different, you're rolling a dice. Are you going to trust a couple of guys in a shed making custom OSs, or Microsoft with tens of thousands of employees trying to make Windows faster, more secure, more stable? I know where my money's going. Not even a question. I don't care if you get 1 millisecond lower latency. It's probably dodgy as hell. So, no thank you. So, yeah, don't care. Right, so that's all fine. I'm going to try and do the suggestion of rebooting and see where we're at. Please don't give that error. Please don't give that error. Please don't give that error. Oh, 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 oh. No! don't know what it could be. I really, really don't know what it could be. What could it be? What could be affecting every single Windows install across 2 SSDs, some of which I haven't touched for ages? What could be doing that? I just don't know. Check the memory for issues. It's fine. What is doing that? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. It's in. Yeah, I'm back to where I started. I've still got the error. Just rebuilt the whole of Windows and I've still got it. Just mental. But it was at the start as well. Just after I installed a fresh Windows, I had it then. And then it went away when I installed the chipset drivers, about that point. And then we haven't had it all the way through the install until right at the end. And then it's back again. Ron, you use something called IOBit uninstaller. You'd know that if you read my guide. What error? It's a memory exception error for Explorer just as you're rebooting. I need to install Discord as well, don't I? Or do I? Do I need Discord on here? Yeah, I do need Discord on here. Do that after the stream though. Oh, I'm so annoyed. I just don't understand what could affect it across Windows installs. It's got to be hardware, or it's got to be something that they all share. Something that they all share. Master boot records. Master boot records. That in paying. Oh, you can get a free version to do it. Any idea on my core speed and bus speed in CPU it keeps jumping around up and down together? Core speed and bus speed? Yeah, probably because you haven't fixed your core speeds. They do that. Yeah, I've Googled the crap out of it. There's a huge thread in there with other people having same problems. And Microsoft not doing anything about it. But it can't be Microsoft. Can't be. Because if it's affecting every single Windows install, I just don't understand what it could be. I was going to grab Cinebench. Cinebench. I need CapFrame X as well, don't I? Need that. I need CapFrame X. I just don't know what it could be. Hey Goose. What could it be? I don't know. Ron, you should have rewind the video, watch it from scratch after we finish. Oh. Just want to get a bit quick benchmark. So I'm usually about 10,300, 10,400. I've seen 10,500 if I open the window and it gets really cold. So I'm curious to see what I'm going to get. $10,415. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Bum, 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 bum. What else have I forgotten to do? I do need to install Discord. Obviously that's not a gaming tweak. Oh, let's take off those bloatware. I'll give you an example of taking off the bloatware. Because I'm probably going to do it again, given we just updated all the store stuff. Anything in here we don't need. I think the scroll wheel sometimes stops working here. Right, Windows apps. All right, clock widgets. No, I think we pretty much got rid of everything we need to. This video, this 4 hours, 24-minute video, basically just started with clean Windows 11 and we've optimized it all the way through. You can see as it's as the latency is dropping as we go, so you can see what's the best ones and what's not the best ones. Right, so this is where we started. Oh, come on. This is where we started. Fresh Windows 11. 2.2 average processes, average measured interrupts for process latency, and about 1 for TPC latency. And I'm hesitant to do this now without just rebooting, but this is where we kind of are now. There we go. That's where we are now. About 0.47, 0.40, 0.39-ish. So before, after. 4 hours worth of videos. There you go, that and that. We've gone from before and after right there. That was before, and this is after. So yeah, we've just basically followed my guide. We jumped about a little bit, but we've basically followed my guide. So once I finished this stream, you can just kind of rewind it, watch it back, watch the VOD back. On fast forward, watch it on ×2 on Google or something, on YouTube. Yep, from there to there. Anything else? Right, I think I'm going to stop the stream now. I'm going to get some dinner and I'm going to install Discord. But other than that, I think we're good to go. Yeah. I don't think we need anything else. Don't need to overclock my controller because all the controllers are broken behind me. I've got a Scuffing Vision Pro out behind me. Can you see that? See those boxes? Got a Vision Pro there and then a Scuff Reflex Pro. They're both broken, so they need to be fixed or returned. It was already on ×2. What was already on ×2? What was on ×2, Sambo? The filming speed. All right. Yeah, his video is 4 hours. You recommend to see it all? Well, no, you can just follow the guide. It's just the guide, basically. I've just gone through the guide. It just takes a while to update drivers and install things. It's just a bit slow at times. I had to hide my screen a couple of times just when I'm logging in. Yeah. What else? I'm sure I've forgotten something else. Security stuff we've kind of done. Yeah, that's all covered now by Norton. I mean, what else have I forgotten to do? I've forgotten to do something else. I don't think I have. Seems to have Cinebench benchmarks okay. Could run a superposition quick, see what I get. But, other than that, there's not much else to run. We've done all the GPU stuff. Oh, I was going to decide whether I was going to move my input device, wasn't I? And then Fortnite can jump again. So I think I'm going to keep an eye on those little bar things in RTSS, the little CPU cores, and see whether Fortnite jumps around on different days. I think when I measured it yesterday, it was a battle eye day. Today, it's an easy anti-cheat day, I think. So maybe it's, I don't know. If I can find a pattern in which of those two cores it doesn't use, I think I'll set my input device to that one. Do you disable Windows Defender? No, I do not. In fact, I install Norton 360 for Gamers over the top of it, and it uses Defender on top. So it uses some of the Defender stuff, but I certainly do not disable Windows Defender. That would be a bad idea. Right. You'll get a little bit better performance if you do, but it's a bad idea. Anything else? Norton, it's doing PPN installer, Cinebench, widget, services, some boots. I think we've pretty much covered everything. I think we've pretty much covered it all. No special sauce. No special sauce, just what's in the guide. All right, guys, I'm going to get some dinner. And as I say, I'm going to install Discord on here, which is easier to do just when you guys aren't watching because I've got to log in. And I've got to then run some games because it's now 7:15 and I haven't played at all today, Fortnite. So I need to run some games now. Yeah, it does a little bit. So if you go on my Discord, I actually have one of the benchmarks that I've published includes turning Defender on and off. So you can go and have a look. In fact, I don't know if I've got CapFrame X on here, but didn't I install CapFrame X? Have I not installed it yet? Where's CapFrame X? I should have just downloaded it a minute ago. Where is it? I swear I downloaded CapFrame X. Yeah, it will affect your performance a little bit, but that's not the point. The point is you need an antivirus and an anti-malware. You need that and a firewall. You need those things. You're on the internet. If you weren't connected to the internet, I'd agree with you, turn it off. But you're connected to the internet when you're playing games, I'm afraid. It's just what happens. So leave it off. If you want to go and find that benchmark, go and have a look at my Discord and go and have a look in the benchmark section and scroll up until you find where I've got a thing on Defender on and off. Or you can probably just search for it in the benchmark section. And then you can see what the difference it makes to performance. All right, I'm going. Thanks for watching, everybody, and I will catch you again soon. All right, bye for now.